Welcome, you guys. As you come in, please make sure say your hellos and everything else, and then let's make sure we mute just so it's we don't have background noise as we're going through. And if you want to pin the video, the main video on B4BC Live, if you put your cursor on top of it, you can click those ellipses, those three little dots, and click pin video, and it'll make it your main video on your screen. Oh, that's okay. You're good, Julie.
You're good, Julie. Yeah.
I just like to remind people just in case.
Hi, Tierney. Great. Yeah, I think we're gonna start rolling here, Carrie. Let's just start chatting about today. We have so much amazing stuff on this final Saturday in October, but believe me when I say this will not be the end of B4BC's digital virtual sharing of these. I just have heard so many, like it almost brings me to tears, how many messages that I've gotten personally that we have at B4BC, emails, DMs, messengers of just how excited everybody is and grateful for they are for this space. I guess in the beginning, I could have never imagined, being able to gather so many for this. So just thank you so much for showing up and sharing. And of course, we're going to be sending out some little surveys here in the week or two to come. We just want to hear from you. We want to know what's working, what's not working, what topics we missed, and how we can make these better, because we'll be back for sure doing these. But let's jump into today. We've got a lot of great things coming up, right, Carrie?
Yes, we do. And I just want to again say thank you to Megan for having the vision and following it through, because it's one thing to get the idea and get the tap to do something like this. It's a whole nother thing to actually take action on it. So just want to say thanks to Megs for staying true to that and really taking the initiative to bring it through. I hope November is full of rest and restoration for you.
For all of us, right? It's always, and October is that kind of thing. A lot of women I know in our community, October it's a great time to get eyes and ears on the subject, but it's a really emotional time for so many of us, really understanding how breast cancer has impacted our lives, and do we step into sharing stories or don't we? And the whole, conversation around the pink ribbon, and what that really truly means to us. So I'm just glad to have this space where everybody can share, ask questions, as well as, just reminding you guys, we have 4 incredible speakers today. We encourage everybody to use the chat space, take notes, asking these questions so we can make sure to get the doctors, scientists we have to answer these. So make sure that you guys are sending those over, and Carrie and I will be taking note, and Frankie, of course, on the back end here, to make sure that we get those questions to the doctors. So please share, and any insights as well. We are switching up our schedule a little bit today. So we've had the sound bath come in as kind of a wrap before our circle and share, our gather spaces for our survivorship community. But we're going to have Tracy do that sound bath at the very end today. So basically it's going to be for our survivorship community. It's a gift from Tracy. She loves you guys, and I know so many of you love her as well. And it'll just be really a special way for you guys to just integrate everything you've heard, or even simply if you're slipping back in for the sound bath, it's really special, and you guys can just kind of zone out afterwards. We're not going to come on and ask you any questions. So that's going to be at the very end today. Who's starting out with? Oh yeah, Dr. Nana.
I was just going to say, we have a lot of amazing information coming out today. And something that we were talking about earlier, Megs, is just how, today is really intended, and really this whole series is intended to educate you and empower you. So any questions, I'm just going to reiterate this again. Any questions that you have as they come up, please write them down. And even if we're not having a Q&A, if you have questions, write them in the chat and we will submit those to the doctors and the scientists. If you have questions that you've sat with over this last week from previous, we'd love to be able to be that resource for you. So please just write them down, submit them to us, and we will get them answered for you.
Yes, and we're going to have some pretty hot topics today, which is exciting for us. Dr. Nanos is going to kick it off with her integrative clinic and her medical practice. And then we've got 2 CBD speakers, which are going to be really interesting. Maybe some questions will come up. Paylene Thorogood as a researcher, as well as a huge advocate for cannabis and what it's doing in the health world. And then Dr. Martinez will be joining us. And then Dr. Martinez has a live Q&A, as well as Dr. Nanos. Yeah, and then really special guests will be live with us today, Biet Simkin. And I encourage everybody to show up for all of these. I think we're going to have some really good conversations today and information for everybody to share. So yeah, also I did want to bring up really quickly the yoga that's coming up with Tracy next here in just a couple of minutes. Lululemon has been a partner of ours for a long time. They're Here to Be Global Giving program, and yoga and meditation are such an essential part of the work that we do at B4BC because we understand the mind, body, spirit connection and how important that is to healing, to grounding ourselves, to, yoga is such this huge term. And what I love about Tracy Lynn is that she brings in that movement aspect, as opposed to yoga can be a lot of pressure and, oh, I've got to wear small pants and try to put my legs up over here. And there's just a lot of, oh my God, yoga, but it's just moving your body, getting yourself grounded. I encourage you guys all to join because Tracy Lynn is a really special part of our program here virtually as well as in person, as many of you know. So find yourself a little space and, even if you have to do it seated, join Tracy here. I'm going to let you take it away, Tracy, and dive into your movement chat.
All right. Hi, everyone. Just a quick reminder to mute your mic. So I think, Irene, you have your mic on, love. No worries, it's okay. This is Zoom world. So I just wanted to thank Megan, Carrie, everybody at B4BC for bringing me on for these past 3 weekends. This has been so special, and I'm honored to be a part of this community. And it's been wonderful to see so many familiar faces or even just familiar names on the Zoom screen that I've met at past retreats. So thank you for trusting me with your bodies. My plan for today was to start off with a little bit of breath work and just a little bit of tactile work with our body, because my goal is always to restructure our relationships with movement. And I know that after having a cancer experience, there's a relationship building or rebuilding that you have to do with your body. So my goal is always to create or recreate within you some more agency within yourself and some reclaiming of movement. So the way we're going to start off is actually with just a little bit of touch to the back of our head. So I want you to take your hands to the back of your head, right where your occipitals are right here. I just shaved the back of my head, so I can't stop touching it anyways. So I wanted to take our fingertips back here and kind of run our fingertips up the back of the skull, just to get a little stimulation of the nerve endings here. And if it feels good to drop the chin down towards the chest, you can do that.
I could call you back.
Hey, Vero, could you mute your mic for me, love? It's all good. And then let's take the fingers right here into our temple area, side of the head, and get a little tactile love in there. And take it all the way up to the crown of the head. Ooh, good morning, skull. Yeah. And all the while you're doing this, I want you to just take some big breaths for me. And maybe it feels good to sigh out. Nice. Now let's make some little fighting fists here. And I want you to take it right here onto your jaw and massage your masseter muscle right here on your face. There was once I did a face yoga session, and it was probably the coolest yoga I've ever done in my life. So if we're going to tend to all the muscles in our body, we might as well also tend to the muscles in our face. All right, let's let that go. I want you to take a big breath in, sit up nice and tall, and then breath out. Now, the first breath exercise we're going to do before we get into some total body movement is called Nadi Shodhana, which is twin river breath. So we're going to be isolating breath in through one nose and out through the other. A lot of teachers like to teach it with supporting your right elbow into your left hand and bringing your fingertips onto the nostrils and closing. If closing the nostrils feels really weird, you can actually just take the bottom of your finger and just plug a nostril like this and just go side to side. So let's plug our right nostril for right now. You don't have to put your finger in your nose unless you're into that. I want you to take a big breath in through your left nostril. Plug it and breathe out through your right. I know it gets a little boogery in through the right. Plug out through your left. In through your left. Plug and out through the right. Good, we're going to keep going in through the right. Plug and out through your left. Now, perhaps you start trusting me and you close your eyes in through the left. Plug it and out through the right. 3 more rounds like this. In through the right. Plug it out through your left. In through your left. Plug out through your right. Nice. Last one. In through the right. Plug it and out through your left. Release the hand down in through both nostrils and out of your mouth. Nice. Roll your shoulders a couple times. Find a comfortable seat wherever you are. I'm going to transition onto my mat. All right. Now let's rest our hands on tops of our thighs here. And we're going to take one of my favorite movements. It's called Sufi grind. So we're going to create circular motions with our upper body. Oh, good morning, kitty. So let's take it over to the left-hand side, back behind you, and over to the right. One of my favorite ways to get the entire pelvis awake, the muscles of your spine, even sometimes the muscles in the chest, if you really extend and open towards the front. Now, I'm trying to keep both of my sit bones down to the ground, but it's okay if they kind of softly lift a little bit off of the ground. Let's reverse our directions, moving over towards the left, to the front, and then to the right. Nice. Keep going just like that. We took a nice amount of circles here. We're just exploring where the body bumps into, yeah? So I like to think of this yoga practice or any movement practice as a practice of expansion. Let's take it all the way back to center. And I want you to place both of your feet onto the ground, a decent amount in front of you here. And let's windshield wipe our knees side to side. Now my cheeks are really lifting up off of the mat as I take this movement. Now, if you need some support, if your core is needing a little love there, then you can lean back onto your hands, yeah? Again, the goal is always to make this accessible, not inaccessible. So instead of forcing the shapes into your body, I want you to find how your body can find the shapes. Now, let's keep both of our knees over to our left-hand side. We'll sit up nice and tall onto that left hip. Right arm reaches up towards the sky. Jazz fingers are optional. Lean over towards your left-hand side. Now that can just be hand or maybe a lot of depth. You can go forearm onto the ground. Now try to wrap your right armpit up to the sky and then back down. Now listen, if there's any trauma into the chest or around that shoulder area, then you can take your hand onto the hip and again, make this more accessible. Let that be your mantra. Good, let's push ourselves all the way back up. And we'll do that same thing over to the other side. Windshield wipe the knees over to your right-hand side. Sitting up nice and tall. Hand can be onto the ground. Left arm reaches up. Side body stretch. If you've got some depth with you, forearm can come down to the ground. And if there's any trauma around this shoulder or breast area, hand can be onto the hip, yeah? Now we'll wrap the armpit down towards the earth and back up towards the sky. Ooh, feels so good. I like to always warm up your core as much as possible, and your entire center area, even the back and the superficial abs area, is considered your core. All right, everyone, let's take yourself all the way back up. Whew. We'll take everything back to center and we'll place the soles of our feet together for Baddha Konasana. So knees are opened up nice and wide. You're in this diamond shape here. Try to sit up nice and tall here. Sometimes I like to pull onto my shin bones to help me get taller. And then hinge forward, opening up your hips. I got to put on a good song for the rest of this flow. Yes. Now, for some people, it feels more comfortable to take the heels closer to the pubic bone or further away. So adapt the shape to whatever feels good for you. We'll spend one more breath in here and one more breath out. Nice work, everyone. Bring yourself back up and we'll transition to tabletop all fours. So however you want to get there. Ooh, good morning, body. Now, once you make it onto all fours, I want you to spread out your hands nice and wide. Really grip the earth. Feel some gratitude for what's underneath you today. And we'll work through our cat-cows. Heart space reaches forward, open the chest. Exhale, round and contract. Navel to spine, chin to chest. Keep going through these cat-cows. We'll do one more round. Oh, I know, Kitty. I love the hummingbirds outside. Yeah. Now let's neutralize our spine. We'll center our left hand and open up towards our right hand side. So my right arm is reaching up, or again, that modification, always hand on hip. If you're able to, float your right foot up off of the ground here. Let's get these abductors awake as well. Small little lifts with this right foot. Up, up. Wow, the cat is very talkative today. My boyfriend's observing me on the couch. He's holding up scorecards as we do this class. Last three. Nice. Last two. And one. Hold right here. Bend into your right knee. Try to pull this knee in towards the chest and then slide your hand down the shin bone. Capture the top of the foot and bring it behind you. So we're opening up the front of your right quadricep. Big breaths in. Nice. Big breaths out. Whew. Let's release that foot. Take everything back to the ground. Square off here on all 3 limbs, and we'll do a little balance. Left arm reaches forward. And I want you to tap into your breath this morning. Thumb is facing up, heel is facing up. Let's flex your right foot. Push away from the mat. Be defiant towards gravity this morning for me. Breath in. Exhale, return the hand and the knee back down to the ground. Nice. We'll do that on the other side. Center your right hand, spin on the right knee. Open up into your modified side plank. Hand on hip again is always available there for you. Left leg is going to lift up. Flex your foot. Little lifts. Hey, glutes. How's it going? Up, up. So apparently my cat's going to scream at me for this whole session. Baby. Last 3. I know, mom life, right? Last 2. And 1, hold it up. Bend into that knee. Bring it in towards you. Let your hand find the shin bone. Slide the hand down. Capture the top of the foot or ankle and take that leg behind you. I know it's a lot. Ooh, stay with me for 3. Big open chests for 2. And 1. Let's release and take it on to that 3-point balance. So both of your hands, the knee is on the ground, and then we'll extend our right arm forwards. Flex your left foot. Right thumb is pointing up to the sky. Ooh, really stamp that foot behind you. Last 3. Last 2. And 1. Hand to the ground, knee to the ground. Let's take it into downward facing dog. Tuck your toes and lift your hips up and back. Now let's stay in this downward facing dog for at least 5 breaths. I want you to pedal out the legs. Yeah. Maybe you need to shake out your head. Yes. Maybe you need to shake it out a little bit. No. Yeah. Good, good, good. And try to find some stillness here in your downward facing dog. And I want you to tap into the strength of the shoulders and be unattached to whether or not your heels are touching the ground. I want to encourage you to bend your knees a little bit. Try to create length through your spine, sit bones to sky. Big breath in, lift your heels. Exhale, bend your knees. Try to compress your chest back towards the thighs. Nice. Inhale, transition to the top of your mat, feet hip width distance apart. Oof. And once you make it to the front of your space, I want you to relax the head and neck, everything down here. All right, my hair doesn't want to stay in a bun, so we'll let it go free. Nice. Now soften your knees, everyone. And really slow, we're going to take ourselves all the way up towards a standing position. Once you make it up to standing, again, lifting up the shoulders, dragging them down your back here. And I want you to take your hands onto your hips. Now let's externally rotate them so your thumbs are going to turn out. Palms are on your low back here. This is going to be a lot like camel pose, just on tops of our feet. Try to press your hips forward, engage your glutes. I want you to feel the glutes engage in your hands and open your chest up to the sky. Notice how much you engage your glutes and how that makes your low back feel a little bit happier today. Wow. Now bring yourself all the way back up tall to standing. If possible, interlace your fingers, press the palms together. Maybe you lengthen your arms down towards the heels. Open chest, breath in. Exhale, hinge from the hips, chest expansion, forward fold. Whew. Bend your left knee, lengthen the right. Let's look over to our right hand side. If you have people doing this yoga class with you, maybe you say hello and hi to them over there. Hi, hun. Hey. I know you're not doing yoga with me, but you're with me in the room. Now let's do this on the other side. Right knee bends, right shoulder to right knee. Look over towards your left hand side. Wow, my outer hip. Good morning. And let's take it all back to center. Soft knees, bend the elbows, release your hands down to the ground, and we'll step back into a high plank position. Oof. Let's soften our knees down to the ground. Bend into your elbows to 90 degrees. Yeah. Now lengthen the arms, lengthen the front line of the body. We'll take this into an up dog. Open up your chest. And with your exhale, downward facing dog, lift your hips all the way up and back. Left foot is going to anchor to the ground. Right leg is going to lift up and it's going to open. I know my legs go all the way up to the sky, don't they? Yours don't have to. They can go wherever they want to. Perhaps it feels good to move the legs here. You can circle them around and around. And then we'll return this right foot back to the ground. Let's do this on the left-hand side. Left leg lifts, hip opens. Big stretch onto that right calf and Achilles area. Nice. Let's return your left foot back down to the ground, everyone. Heels come up high again. Bend your knees, compress, peek at the top of your mat. Travel to the top. Show me what halfway lift looks like. Lengthen out through your spinal column. And with your exhale, fold. Let's bring it all the way up towards a standing position. And take your hands towards heart center. Now soften into your knees. We're in a chair pose right here. So I want you to sit back like you're trying to go into one of those kindergarten chairs. They're like all the way down here. You don't have to touch it, but I want you to think about sitting back into that tiny little chair. If the chest and the shoulders feel willing and able, find extension through your arms. Last 3. Last 2. And 1, forward fold. Hinge from your hips, make your way all the way down to your mat. Ardha Uttanasana, halfway lift, lengthen. Exhale, plant your hands, step back, you're in a high plank. Glide forward, bend your elbows to 90. The modification is always knees tapping to the ground. Upward facing, reach your heart to the front, glutes are on. Exhale, downward facing dog, lift your hips up and back. Nice, let's pull our right knee towards our chest and we'll step it between our hands. If the foot doesn't make it between the hands, you can always grab it and take it there yourself. Pivot your left heel down to the ground. Elevate your shoulders above your hips. We're in a warrior 1 pose. Arms are up or always hands at heart if that feels uncomfortable in the chest and shoulders. Now I want you to think about lengthening your tailbone underneath you. This is called a posterior tilt. We want to create that so that we have core stability here. Now take your drishti, your focus forwards. Try to draw the ribs in. You're just kind of taking charge of your ship right here. So what does the ship need to do? Press into the outer edge of the left foot. Stay for another breath in. And with your exhale, take your hands down to the ground, framing up the right foot. Adjust the left heel above the toes, and we'll turn this into a twist. Right arm reaches up to the sky. Your outer hip should feel ready for this one. Bless you. Good, let's return your right hand down to the ground. Right foot steps behind you. You can take those chaturangas if you want, or you can just push up and back to downward facing dog. There's so much time for chaturangas, and gosh, you don't have to do them all. I don't like to do them all. Let's step our left foot between our hands. Same rule applies. If it doesn't make it there, you can place it there. I also like rhyming. Let's pivot the right heel down, elevate shoulders above your hips. We'll take it all the way up. Arms are reaching up above or hands at heart center. Now, I like to really take my time when refining a shape. I don't like thinking about mastering shapes. I like being brand new at shapes every time I come into them. So lengthening the tailbone underneath you, my right glute is co-contracting with the left, to help create this shape in the pelvis. Arms reaching up overhead. Ribs in, outer edge of the right foot pressing into the mat. Take an inhale here for me. Exhale, take the hands down to the ground. Square off, and we'll work into our twist. Right hand down, left arm reaches up to sky. Think about the legs taking a lot of this work here for you. The right hand can be supportive as well. Drawing in from the core, one more breath in. With your exhale, take the left hand down, left leg steps back. Ooh. And then again, chattas or no chattas, and you can take it all the way back to downward facing dog. 3 breaths. Nice. Take another cycle in and another cycle out. Excellent. Lift up your heels nice and high. Bend into your knees nice and deep. And then transition to the top of your mat for me. Halfway lift, lengthen. And with your exhale, fold. Chair position, bend into your knees. Hands can come straight towards heart center, or you can extend them forwards in front of you. Good. Now try to sit back into, again, that little kindergartner chair. We'll stay here for 3. Stay there for 2. Nice, and 1. Press yourself all the way up to standing. Left leg is gonna take a step back behind you. Pick up the left heel, bend into your right knee, using those good body mechanics so that you're in this high lunge shape. Cycle in. Exhale, warrior 2, adjust your left heel down, open up your arms into a T shape. Now again, this back glute is working for you. You're trying to seek a 90 degrees in this front leg, but it doesn't have to happen, yeah? I like to learn all the rules of yoga and then break them immediately. Let's lengthen out through our right leg. Pivot our toes towards that left edge of our mat, and we'll go down into our Prasarita Padottanasana, wide-legged forward fold. Now I like to internally rotate my feet just a little bit so that I can get a stretch into the outer calves and into the outer ankles. Nice, let's take ourselves all the way back up to standing in this shape. Whew. And we're gonna add on with the arms. Hands come behind you. Interlace, press the palms. Open up your chest, inhale. Exhale, hinge from the hips. Wide-legged fold with chest expansion. If the chest expansion isn't a thing for you today, your hands can always come down onto the ground. Good, let's return our hands onto our hips and bring yourself all the way back up. Heel toe the feet a little bit closer together. Pivot your feet towards the front of your mat. Widen out the stance a little bit if possible. And we're gonna go into pyramid pose. So this is different from our warrior 1, different from our warrior 2. Stance is closed off. Square hips to the top of the mat. Hinge forward over the hips. And try to work hands to the ground or onto some props. Good, now to take this shape to its peak, we'll turn this into a twist. Right arm reaches up towards the sky. Hand can rest on top of your sacrum as well, just to check for squareness. Let's return right hand down to the ground. Bend into your standing leg. Step the left foot further back. Hands press into the ground. Let's go into 3-legged dog, right leg up to sky. Open up the hip. And if your body permits, you can get a little creative here. You can drop the foot back, open up the chest, get a Wild Thing back bend. Nice. After this, it's our last side of flow, and then we're down to the ground. Bring yourself back home. Ekapada Chaturanga can happen. Urdhva. and Adho. 3 breaths. Lift your heels, bend into your knees, look to the top. I just have a mass of black hair in front of me. That's what the top of my mat looks like right now. Halfway lift, lengthen. And with your exhale, fold. Chair position, bend into the knees, sit back. Again, arms reaching up towards upper hand corner or at heart for 3. For 2. Nice, and 1. Press yourself all the way up towards standing. And then we're gonna step back with our right leg. Good body mechanics here. We're in our high lunge. And I like to, again, create the length of the tailbone, just always, always, always through all these shapes. Inhale. Exhale, warrior 2. Open up the back hip. Left knee wants to point forward. Arms reaching out into this nice little T shape. Take the gaze over your left middle finger and create some space for your own versions of this. Now let's lengthen through the left leg. Pivot your toes towards this right edge of your mat, and we're going into our Prasarita Padottanasana again, hinging from our hips and making our way down. Now on the first one, we had hands to the ground. That second one, we had chest expansion. If you would like another version here, fingertips can wrap around your big toes like so. And you can work deeper here. This is your Padangusthasana version. Nice, let's take you up one more time, hands at hips. Elevate, 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 elevate. Whew. We're gonna go down one more time, okay? For this one, I'll offer up final versions. Arms open up to a T, hinge from your hips, work forward. Now, all those variations are available to you. You can walk the hands between the legs and go deep. If you're more of an advanced yogi and you're like, I wanna go handstand, headstand even, you can do those things too. So if you're looking to do a headstand, crown of your head right here is where you're aiming. Once you have your crown of the head on the ground, hands are right underneath where your elbows are. You can shorten up your stance, walk your knees up onto the triceps. If you're feeling a little more adventurous and want to go up, out. Maybe you just want to eat popcorn and watch the show. That's available too. All right, if you're upside down, let's make your way back. We'll take hands onto hips for the last time. We'll bring ourselves all the way up. We'll shorten up our stance. Boop, boop, boop. Nice. And then we're gonna pivot ourselves towards the top of our mat. I like to widen out my stance a little bit here. Final triangle pose here. Hips are squared forward. Hinge. Work your way down. This is a big stretch for the hamstrings. Just checking time. Yep, perfect. All right, let's bend into our front knee. Deepen your stance behind you. Hands to the ground. Let's try to get our left leg up to the sky. Open your hip. If you are feeling really playful and wanted to drop back into your wild thing, hips to sky, open chest, stable into the right shoulder. And work your way through. Very last, Ekapada Chaturanga, no Chaturanga. Downward facing dog. All right, everyone. Take your knees to the ground. Sit off to one side. No, more load bearing on the arms. But we're gonna work into a straddle now. So I want you to take your legs out to a comfortable straddle. I don't want it to be your widest. I want it to be something that's very accessible for you. Cool. And we're gonna work into some side body stretching. So left arm is going to reach up, and then we'll take it over towards our right-hand side any amount. Hopefully it feels nice and open in this area. Maybe you touch toes, maybe you don't. Try to create chest opening up to sky. For an advanced variation of this, this is one of my favorites. I like to bring my left leg into a bend. My right hand grabs my left ankle, and then my left arm comes all the way up and over. It actually makes grabbing the foot a little more accessible in some instances. Nice, let's take ourselves all the way up from here. Whew. And we'll do this on the other side. Left leg extends out, again, up and over. If you did that other version with me, right foot coming into a bend, my left hand is gonna find the front of my right ankle, and I'm gonna go all the way up and over towards my left-hand side. Wow, my left hamstring is pretty angry today. What did I do to you? Breath in, breath out. And let's bring ourselves all the way up. Ooh. And we'll take both knees into this bent position. Now our final shapes we're gonna take before we close out is either your deer pose or your half pigeon. So I like to use deer pose as a modification for pigeon. We're gonna start over to our right-hand side. So you've got two 90-degree angles. You're gonna square off towards the side of your mat and work down. If you are a pigeon person, left leg will extend behind you, you're square off all the way, and then work yourself down. So any of those two versions, available, possible. And just to dispel a couple of pigeon myths, you don't have to have a square front leg, and you don't have to flex your front foot either. I think a lot of people get a little mixed up with what our muscles can do and what our skeletons can do. And all of our skeletons are built very, very differently. So the ability to square could just simply be based on your hip socket and your femur head, the femur bone. And I don't like to force my skeleton to do anything it doesn't want to do, right? All right, darlings, let's take ourselves back to center. So whether you're in deer, whether you're in pigeon, and we'll take that same exact shape now to the other side. So just like we were doing those windshield wipers earlier, check your 90 degrees, boop. Square towards the front, feeling it in that left hip. If you did the pidge, ooh, squaring yourself up, woo, and working over the left thigh or left shin bone, you know what I mean. Leg bones. Whoa, I have not been doing pigeon enough lately. Babe, we should do pigeon in our second class today.
I know, I just always think about the hips being neglected.
I know, don't neglect your hips. Words of wisdom from my partner. We'll spend 2 more breaths here. All right, let's bring ourselves all the way back up. And instead of swinging back to center, let's just take this right leg forward with us towards the top of our mat. Now let's show our Pilates skills here. Hands right behind the thighs. Slow roll all the way down. How slow can you go? Like molasses. And we'll take our knees wide around our ribs. One happy baby before we close our session down. Hands can grab for the feet, ankles, calves. And if you want to slow dance with yourself a little bit, giving yourself a little gratitude this morning. A little TLC too, some love. Because your body is deserving, your mind is deserving, and your spirit is deserving of this. Gather your knees into heart center. Give yourself a squeeze. Forehead towards your knees. Big breath in. Good. Squeeze a little tighter. Another breath in. And with your exhale, release everything down to the ground. Arms, legs. Full submission into the earth beneath you. Try to slide your shoulder blades underneath you so that the back of your neck is long. And try to find just a normal breath pattern here. All right, darlings, take a big breath in here for me. And breath out. Good. Left hand onto heart, right hand onto your belly. Take a big breath in. Feel yourself rise to meet your palms. And breath out. Good. Know that I am, again, honored to guide your body this morning. I am so happy to see everything in this chat, from people to participating to people understanding that they need to rest. Thank you for allowing me to guide you today, the past couple of weekends. Namaste, and thank you. I hope to see you again later today for our sound bath.
Namaste.
Thank you, Tracy. That was beautiful.
Thank you.
Just next level. Next level. I love, and people have said this in the comments too, just like your voice and the way you speak and the cadence, like every time it hits me just right where it needs to. So thank you again. And we can't wait to see you later with your incredible, incredible sound bath.
Yeah, thank you, Tracy. That was beautiful. And I love that so many people were like really excited to see you too. I think it's great. You're so connected with our community. Thanks for all you do. Okay, we are diving into these next segments while I see a few of you get settled back into a chair here. Our lovely partners, 7 Space and Akai Live, for today's segments. And it's just, you know, exciting to have media partners like 7 Space and Akai Live. 7 Space does so much in the cannabis world. They have their Space podcast where they talk everything from astrology to growers to women in business, in the cannabis business, to hemp clothing. And they've provided us with a couple of our speakers today that are coming up shortly. But first, we've got Dr. Georgine Nanos, who's going to be joining us. Georgine is somebody who I've just met recently, and she was introduced by our PR manager, Kim, Thank you, Kim Dresser. But, you know, the more I got researching on Dr. Nanos, who's based out of Encinitas, California, and also the conversation that I had with her, she's really aligned with what I hope people know and understand in the world of healing, is that it takes a team of people, and as well as, you know, where you come from to get to where you are today. I appreciated everything that I discussed with Dr. Georgie Nanos, who is an MD, but practices integrative healing and medicine out of her clinic with several different therapists, as well as other doctors. She's seen thousands of people with cancer, as well as breast cancer, helping them to not only find the right diagnostic tools, but along their way during their cancer healing and treatments. And she's an incredible resource, and I'm thrilled to have her with us today. She's here in our audience. Her and I did a pre-recorded call a couple of weeks back, which we'll share here. And then we're gonna have a Q&A live with Dr. Nanos. And so I encourage everybody to write your questions down, pop them into the chat. Frankie is here gathering questions that Carrie and I will share after this call. So sit back and relax and enjoy this chat with Dr. Nanos and I. Dr. Nanos, thank you so much for being here with us. I really, really appreciate it. And I appreciate your perspective. I've never met you personally, but reading your website, hearing referrals as well. I love the angle that you take on your practice. And your model of treating people. I think it's beautiful and it's very important. Do you want to give me a background on your practice and where you've come from to get where you're at today?
Sure. Thank you so much, Megan. I'm so excited to be doing this with you. It's just been wonderful talking to you leading up to this moment. So I'm a family physician. I've been practicing medicine for about 18 years in Southern California in a town of San Diego called Encinitas. And I love practicing medicine with really every fiber of my being. It's my favorite thing to do besides being a mom. Sometimes I like that more than being a mom. But and I was working in a traditional family practice, like, most of the doctors that we typically see in this country, where I was seeing 25, 30 people a day, spending, maybe 10 or 15 minutes of time at a visit with each patient, and really feeling at the end of the day that I wasn't taking really good care of people the way I felt that they deserved and should be taken care of, or the way I'd want my family to be taken care of. And so about 3 years ago, I left that model of practice and started a concierge practice here in Encinitas. And I wanted to just kind of build things differently and provide a level of care that really affects the whole person and really takes care of the entire person. And so we focus a lot on not just reactive medicine, where, we're treating you if you come in for a problem, but we're really trying to be proactive and focus on prevention and wellness and kind of dig deep into what's going on in our patients' lives so we can better understand and hear them and really get a sense of how we can best help them. So we really do a lot. We can talk more about the details about how we do that. But we've had phenomenal results, and it's just been a really exciting way to practice medicine.
And so when people come in to you, is it a lot of like acute issues or diseases, or are people really seeking like, how can I better this, or I mean, like, what's your percentage of preventative versus like a disease that's already happening?
It's a little bit of everything, really. So we see all age groups from young children. Our youngest is 3 and our oldest is in his mid to late 90s, I recall. And so it's really everything, the whole spectrum of life. So, and we're always focusing on prevention, no matter whatever state you're in. So, and kind of trying to peel back and figure out how we got there and how we can prevent from getting to those disease states in the future. So sometimes it does start out with coming in, and finding me for an acute problem, like something, either urgent, semi-urgent that, you know, you need immediately addressed. And then we talk more about the model, and people are interested in getting, you know, a broader handle on their health and achieving some health goals. So it's really a little bit of everything that brings people to me.
And so I feel like, you know, the way that you're speaking about people in the broad spectrum, this is like integrative, you know, healing. This is integrative work that you're doing, right? Because first of all, getting to know somebody as them versus, you know, your age, you know, et cetera. Like it sounds like you're integratively treating people.
Exactly. And I like to call it, you know, there's so many different ways to practice medicine. There we have traditional Western medicine, we have Chinese medicine, we have osteopathic medicine, functional medicine, natural medicine, herbal medicine. I like to say I practice the best practice of all kinds of medicine. So, you know, I think it's important as physicians, especially Western medicine, physicians trained in Western medicine. I have an MD from George Washington. I did, like, you know, the straight, you know, hardcore, you know, science path. And so I think it's important for doctors like us to really have an open mind and recognize that there is not just one way to treat people, and that really combining those best practices is how we can best help people. So
like on that note, when you talk about you did the science, the straight and narrow science path, I read something on your website, and you talk about, and we've discussed going into people's trauma history. Can you expand on that just a little bit? Because I feel it's incredibly important, but I want to know your take and why it is you do that.
Yeah, I actually think it's one of the most important things we look at. And we do, so when we have a new patient that joins our practice, you know, they get access to me, access to, you know, immediate care from me pretty much 24/7 and my staff. But what we do that's really unique is we have a health coaching program that that uses a health coach that takes a really deep dive into someone's life history. And I'm not, in addition to the regular medical history that you fill out in every doctor's office, we also do something called an emotional wellness questionnaire. And we look closely at your levels of anxiety, depression, stress, addiction, risk for addiction. And then the part where you're talking about, you're referencing is a trauma history. And so it's really important to get a sense of where someone's life has been with regard to trauma, either early childhood trauma or trauma throughout any time in our lives, really impacts how we lead our future lives. And so a lot of that influence from trauma can lead to negative health outcomes, negative health behaviors. And so really unpacking that is very important. And I think we do a disservice to so many of our patients by not really looking at that in great depth. And, you know, it's part of also the broader issue that we have, at least in the United States, of addressing mental health. And it's so closely tied with our physical health. And I think being, you know, not giving it the time and space it deserves in a medical setting is selling everyone short.
And I really feel like I personally, my whole path was, yes, I have tumors in my breast, I have tumors in my chest, but this is also my heart chakra. Energetically, I have tumors in a heart chakra. And I remember saying that to a surgeon, and she just kind of looked at me. She's like, okay. Like, I was like, no, but I mean, this is my heart chakra we're talking about. So again, like, I know you're not, you know, maybe diagnosing people's chakras on that note, but there are so many levels to somebody's health and well-being, you know, energetically, like you said, emotionally, mentally, all of that. And so what are like nowadays that there's a lot going on in the world, what are you seeing in your practice?
So I'm seeing levels of anxiety and depression and suicidality that I've never seen before in this last year. It's very, very frightening. I mean, that's been on the rise, I feel, really since I started practicing medicine, you know, a couple decades ago. But I think more acutely since COVID started, the anxiety that we're seeing in everybody. Either if you had an underlying anxiety disorder that wasn't diagnosed, it kind of became unmasked and exacerbated during this period. And then if you already had one that you were being treated for, it became much more pressing to have it adequately treated and addressed.
And so the steps are different for everybody, right? Some people, maybe meditation's going to serve them. Maybe some people need medications, right? Like it's just, everybody's going to be different once it's how they're going to work through it.
Right. And that's part of what we do here is we really try to meet our patients exactly where they are for everything that we're treating. My goal is to not have people on medication, but sometimes they need to be on medication. I'm not opposed to writing a prescription. It's not my first choice. But, and if it's something that a patient really feels like that's their only choice, then so be it. That's what we'll discuss and come to the best decision. But we really try to look at all other alternatives as well, including meditation, yoga, biofeedback, massage therapy, natural medicines. Really, anything that's not going to cause you harm has the potential to do good if that's what a patient really believes in their heart. It sounds kind of cheesy, but
no, your beliefs, the biology of belief, right? Like Dr. Bruce Lipton was like that researcher. That was one of the books that I was really intrigued by, that just the way that you think actually can promote healing, a shift in perspective even, right? So being able to like meet someone where they're at, I love the way that you say that. And I think it's so important nowadays, and it really empowers somebody, I feel like, in their own healing, right?
Yeah, definitely. And we try to also bring a culture of gratitude to everything that we do. In my own practice, we do it with my team. We do a lot of charity work, a lot of volunteering. And I think that is something that can really fill someone up who is having, other emotional or even physical issues. And so we try to encourage our own patients to pursue, unique volunteer opportunities that may be uniquely suited to them. And we found that's been an interesting way to help people heal as well, which is really rewarding.
And is that, so now to the breast cancer topic, when you have somebody to come, let's say somebody comes in and they want to do their testing, right? Because they have a history and they want to do the BRCA testing. Nowadays, there's so many different tests, right? It's pretty simple to get genetic testing. And let's say somebody, tests positive for the BRCA gene. How are you going to support them in the next moves, right? This is meeting someone where they're at, I'm assuming, right?
Exactly. Well, it would depend on, again, on the individual. You want to make sure that, that they understand the implications of getting the tests, and they're not just getting the test just to get it. You want to make sure every patient is very well informed about the implications of results. And then if someone does test positive, discussing what that could mean for them, their options, referring them to the necessary specialists that can help them make informed decisions on next steps regarding, you know, their future health. So we would talk about it in a more broad sense and talk about ongoing surveillance and screening. If you are positive for one of the BRCA genes, then your level of surveillance and screening for breast and ovarian and colon cancer is far more aggressive than it would be in the average population. And so that really falls to your primary care provider to help manage that and make sure you're staying on track with that screening, because your risk is so much higher.
And that's like having like that's basically you're creating a team for this person, right? You've got a nutritionist, you have a radiologist, a surgeon, like, so you're helping them put together the team, because that's what it takes. And that's kind of what you've created in there. You guys are all as a team, you're being able to cover all bases.
Yes, and I work very closely with UCSD Cancer Center. So those are my people and my team that I generally refer pretty much all of my cancer patients to. I know all of the oncologists in North County and here in San Diego. And so we all are used to working closely together for many, many years. And so we have, I have a great relationship with all of them, and we trust each other. And as a result, our patients trust us.
And so does insurance cover preventative medicine in the States? I'm just curious.
That's a loaded question. Of course not.
I mean, I'm hoping that you can, there has to be. I've heard of some insurance policies that are going to cover somebody's, if they're, let's say, diabetic, right? Or,
yeah, but then that's
like
not
some
really
policies
prevention
out there that are going to support. No, yeah, so, because they're already diabetic.
So if you're already in a disease state and then that's a treatment, then yes, potentially it would be covered. But even then, it's very challenging and it's very limited. But the way that the U.S. health system has been designed, it's disease care, it's not health care. So it's very reactive and not proactive. And the way doctors, insurance companies, and hospital systems are paid is based on what they do to a person after something has happened. There is zero money in prevention, which is
mind-blowing for sure. The one thing that I know I've heard a lot, especially young women, talk about is navigating the health system once they're diagnosed, say with breast cancer. What are your best takes on how somebody can support themselves in that, navigating an insurance situation?
So, and I think that is certainly a very challenging piece of it, especially in those first few days, weeks, moments. And that's where we really help walk we are literally holding our patients' hands every step of the way. They can call me, text me, my assistant, our health coach anytime. And we're there to answer all the questions. We schedule all the appointments for them. Sometimes we'll go to appointments with patients, go to oncology visits, and we'll go on grocery stores with store tours with patients to show them how to better eat, look at food choices in real time, in reality, to kind of better inform them on healthier options. So we really go the extra mile to just make sure that that our patients feel completely % supported.
It's so great to hear that. Thank you for doing that, because I know it's a lot I hear both sides. I hear I have such a great team, such great doctors, and I hear the other side where people are constantly dealing with opinionated, people, which is great. An oncologist should be opinionated, but it's a hard place to navigate when it comes to insurance and your team and whatnot. So that's really interesting. It's great. You go the extra mile. I wanted to bring it okay, so once somebody gets, through their treatments and they've navigated that, and once they get through that, on the other side, this is going to be the big part of, helping somebody not always looking over their shoulder. Is it coming back? Is it coming back? I'm high risk. How do you help somebody get through that high risk, I've had cancer, to that 5-year mark or the 2-year mark or whatever? How is it you might assist somebody through that? Same thing, probably.
Yeah, it is the same thing. It just really giving people a space where they feel like they can be heard and express their fears and anxieties and their stresses about this. It has a tremendous impact on women's psyche, and affects permeates every aspect of their lives. But I've treated thousands of cancer patients, maybe tens of thousands by this point, sadly. Wow. And many survivors. The vast majority of breast cancer patients I have have survived and done well. And those who have, really interestingly, have almost universally told me that they are grateful for the experience because it has so deeply sharpened their focus and perspective on life that they wouldn't have been able to get in any other way. So yeah, interesting. There's that piece of it too.
Yeah, I like that. And I mean, I can certainly speak to that. Hyper focus, especially on what am I eating? What am I drinking? What am I thinking? Oh God, I'm overthinking. There's just a lot of different layers, and we're also individual. I like to look at you, and I said this before, but you're kind of like an alchemist, right? Like we're all alchemists, and we're all going to meet halfway. And you're supporting people and getting to that path of supporting themselves, and I think it's just so beautiful and important. So, on the prevention side, have you heard of any like medical devices or things where women can constantly be checking? I know my oncologist, not constantly, but helping with their exams. My oncologist has me do, my naturopathic oncologist has me do thermography once a year. I was doing it twice a year. Now I'm down to once a year. And that's just a great way that's not as much radiation, I guess is the term, with mammography and whatnot. Are there other ways where women can do imaging, or is it 2 mammograms a year? I guess it just depends.
I recommend a lot of, if you are BRCA positive, then MRIs have a big role in your screening, and those don't have any radiation at all. So most women who are BRCA positive will get at least 1 MRI a year, which eliminates that radiation from mammograms, although the radiation from mammograms is very negligible, and I don't discourage women ever from getting mammograms. In fact, it's the number 1 preventive and screening tool that I recommend. So, but it's usually used in combination with MRI in high-risk patients. And so that's usually the gold standard, a mammogram and an MRI at least annually, in addition to a number of other tests screening for both ovarian and colon cancer as well.
Yeah.
And uterine cancer.
I've talked to a few gals who have said that process, right? Let's just say they start 10 years from their mom was diagnosed at age 35. So then at 25, they're going to start their every 3 months of blood work. They're going to start their, twice yearly scans or something. But they felt like there was a lot of false positives happening and a lot of scares. Do you feel like that there's ways to avoid that, or?
That's a tough one. That's generally why we don't do that level of aggressive screening in a lower risk population because of that. Inevitably, if you're going to be screening someone very extensively, that will happen from time to time. And I think trying to manage those with emotional support is really important. And then not kind of swinging the pendulum to the other side and then having that person be discouraged from testing is trying to find that balance is very challenging. But knowing that ultimately, you can maybe space them out over time in a way that's tolerable for the individual.
So when we talk about, earlier we talked about kind of some of the stuff that you're seeing right now and the current state of health as far as depressions and anxieties. Is there like an advice that you would give to our audience right now, people right now, on things that they can do besides reaching out and finding you if they're local to you or whatnot, but how they can support themselves emotionally through this time right now?
Yeah, and we have lots of virtual patients as well, so we can support anybody no matter where they are.
Perfect time.
Yeah. So I think the most important thing is to give ourselves some grace and kindness, and just develop some cognitive flexibility that, I think prior to COVID, we were so used to, having our world run a certain way and just being, really inflexible when there's any kind of change. And now all of a sudden we're forced to be so resilient to so much. And so giving ourselves space and time to do that, but also realizing that it's hard. It's very hard when new things are happening every day, and sometimes they're very scary. And trying to process that over time takes time and effort. Finding a good therapist or a friend or somebody to talk to. I think, we all need to talk through a lot of these emotions. So that's always very helpful. Breathing, breath work, meditation, yoga, all that great stuff is awesome to do as well. But really giving yourself permission to, you know, not have it all together all the time. Nobody ever does. Nobody ever did. I'll tell you that. That people might look like they do on Instagram and Facebook. Believe me, I see them all the time. I see all the underbelly. No one has it together. So it's okay.
Yeah. That's great. And that's, I mean, I really feel like you kind of summed it up there as far as giving ourselves permission to be a mess, to be vulnerable, and also to reach out to people. I think, you know, even in this survivorship community that we live in, it's still hard for people to ask, hey, I need your help. I need your shoulder. I need you to listen, right? I think that that's something that we should just keep practicing. But I'm so glad that there's a doctor like yourself who's encouraging that. And I love your idea about all of the teamwork. I wish I lived closer so I could come in and see everybody one at a time and as a team. Someday I'll come and visit. But
yes,
I think
we would love to see you.
Yeah. And you just really summed it up there. And I think it's a beautiful message to wrap this on, because we want to encourage everyone to feel good and to strive to feel good. And don't forget about Mother Nature, right? Like that's a pretty good
Yes. Oh,
healer.
yes, exactly. That's another thing that we also advocate a lot of is nature bathing. So really just embracing nature, being a part of nature. In fact, our health coach meets with everyone. Well, pre-COVID, it was in person, and we're very fortunate. We're about 3 blocks from the beach here in Encinitas. So we would go on walks on the beach with patients, to the meditative gardens, paddle boarding, surfing, really, again, you know, depending on what people's level of fitness and activity is that they're seeking, again, meeting them where they are. You know, if someone's older and can't go for a walk, they'll just, you know, sit out in the garden and just either sit quietly or talk about whatever, you know, it is they want to address. But I think being in nature really has a calming effect on all of us. So yeah, I definitely encourage a lot of that.
A lot of young women that I've spoken to who are dealing with like a stage 4 metastatic cancer say that nature is their everything. And I think it's a, you know, it can make you feel good regardless. So thank you for sharing that. And it's so cute. You take your patients for walks. I love it. Yeah. Beach walks in the meditation gardens. I love it.
Exactly. Yeah. I tell people no one's ever come back from a walk not feeling better.
Walk it out. For sure.
Never happened.
Thank you. Thank you for all of this juicy information and supportive information. I love what you do, and I'm thankful for you all across the world here. Thank you so much.
For all that you're doing. I'm so excited to be a part of this, Megan. You're awesome.
That's great. Thank you so much, Dr. Nanos. I'll see you someday soon.
Yes.
Awesome. That was amazing. And we are so lucky we have Dr. Nanos with us here now. Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Coming to us from beautiful Southern California, Encinitas, my hometown, born and raised. I think I actually met you at a Hatched Collective event not that long ago.
Yes.
So good. Well, we have, thank you so much for taking the time to do that interview. And we have a lot of questions for you. So I am just going to dive right in. Some of these are going to be anonymous. Some people are going to come in and ask their questions, but I'm just going to jump in. So our first question is anonymous. I don't have the name here, but it says, as a side effect from tamoxifen, I get extreme sweating when there is humidity. Oncology attributes to hot flash, but that would happen in all weather, not just humidity. Maybe you have a suggestion for dealing with this?
That's a great question. I would say, yes, that's very common, but humidity makes everything a lot more uncomfortable. So there's not a great answer for that. I think the best solution would be air conditioning to that one and getting out of the humidity. It's really tough. People react very differently to humidity depending on their physical state of health. And that's a tough question. I'm sorry, I don't have a great answer for that.
Perfect. Thanks. Hi, Dr. Nanos. Meg's here.
Hi, Megan.
So happy you're here. I'm going to dive into the next question here. I mean, just overall, how can somebody find an integrative care doctor in their area, a preventative integrative care doctor, just like you, if they're not in Southern California? Is there any suggestions you can give to the audience about how to kind of weed through, you know, the healthcare spots to find somebody like you?
I would look for people who describe themselves as being open-minded physicians, as people who are willing to look at other areas of practice, like alternative medicine. Functional medicine is another way to describe that. And I'd say, yeah, functional medicine and alternative medicine are probably the most commonly used terms to describe someone who's looking at a more integrative approach, and integrative medicine, obviously, as well. So those are the kind of buzzwords that you would want to look for. And it's sometimes just a matter of meeting with someone, doing a consultation, and just getting to know them. And not everyone's going to be the perfect fit.
Yeah, and also to maybe asking your physician if they would work with another doctor. I know that I had, you know, my integrative oncologist, Fabno doctor, my first oncologist wouldn't work with him, wouldn't listen to what he had to say. And then I switched doctors, and those two work together, which is nice. It's always nice to know if who you're going to be working with is open to speaking to somebody else on your team, right?
Oh, for sure. That's critical. If you've got opposing views, then there's a push-pull with every single decision. That's stressful for you, and that doesn't really get you to where you want to be.
Great.
Sue Izzo, where you at, girlfriend? You want to unmute yourself and ask your question? Hi. Do you guys know each other? Do you and Dr. Nanos know each other?
No, and I can't believe
I don't think so.
And I'm like,
hi, Sue.
Hi, how are you? I'm
You're right down the street behind me.
probably, yeah. So I'll be reaching out to you. Hi, everybody. I was diagnosed with stage 2 triple positive breast cancer 4 years ago. And my question is, you know, when I found my lump, even though I had been getting mammograms, it didn't show up because it was under my armpit, which was kind of like a hard thing to get into the mammogram machine. And my doctor kept telling me, you know, you're too young, you have no family history. So, you know, come back in 6 months. You know, it was one of those situations. And even on the biopsy table, the doctor doing the biopsy told me, I've done this a million times. I could tell you right now, it's not breast cancer. So it really came from me pushing and pushing and pushing to get my diagnosis. I keep hearing this from other young women that, you know, 43, 45, and they're like, oh, my doctor, you know, says I'm too young for a mammogram. And I'm just like, you got to push. And so, you know, what is the advice besides from pushing, like giving my friends and people I know that the doctors are refusing, you know, saying that they're too young in their 40s to be getting mammograms?
I don't know where that's coming from. They're absolutely not. I've treated breast cancer patients as young as 23. Yeah. And there's no, yes, there's more commonality as we get older, more risk and prevalence as we get older, but it's not, you're not too young to start a mammogram at 40. I know there have been some changing guidelines and recommendations in various medical societies over the last decade or so, but I mean, as a female physician, I see 70 to 80% women. I see so much breast cancer. And so I encourage my patients to start their mammograms at 40 and to get them annually. That's what I do personally. That's what I drill into all of my friends and certainly my patients as well. And, you know, I've had so many women with breast cancer in their 40s. So, and I also respect someone knowing their body. If you feel like there's something going on, you just got to push once, and we have to look. I mean, there's no sense in you know, having an approach where the doctor knows best. The doctor doesn't always know best. We're here to work with you and help you identify changes in your body and come to shared decision making on what's going to be best for you.
Right. Thank you. And another just a quick question. You mentioned in the interview about alternating between MRIs and mammograms, and that's what I've been doing. I've very dense breasts. And so is that something too, like pushing early on with, like, I'm sorry, my question, I guess, is the regular mammogram, and then now the 3D mammograms. So what's your take on
Yes.
the
So
difference between those two?
I've always been ordering 3D mammograms for the last like 5 or 6 years, even though they just recently became approved by insurance. I've been getting them for a long time, and I always order them for my patients, but sometimes insurance in the past didn't cover them. But I advise my patients, if they want to pay extra for it, I would certainly recommend it. And that's the conversation I've always had for at least 5 or 6 years now.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Lynn, are you available and want to unmute yourself?
Sure. Hi. Following up with Sue's question, I'm lucky that I love my oncology team, but what happens when your physicians are dismissive of what you would like? If you're not in a big city and you don't have a lot of physician choice, what are some ways you can advocate for yourself?
That's a great question. There are a lot now, especially in the last year, there's been a huge boom in virtual physician care, virtual medical care. So now more than ever, you're not necessarily tied to your geographic.
For making it happen.
You're not necessarily tied to your geographic location. So you're able to consult with other physicians in other parts of the country and the world. And that's now an option that's never been more available than it is today. So that's one approach. Of course, it still remains challenging if you've got your team that's directly in front of you. They're not going to always be as responsive as the virtual team. So I think it's finding a way to advocate for yourself in a way that eases. I think with especially older traditional physicians, they tend to have this kind of top-down patriarchal approach to medicine, and you almost have to kind of work some magic around the way you talk to them to make them feel less threatened. It's ridiculous that we have to do this, but I see it happening all the time, especially even as a woman physician. It's I don't know if I answered your question.
I have an unrelated question too. I was a good student. So when it comes to a pandemic, protocols and stuff, I follow all the rules. Like I wear a mask, I don't go out. I'm an oncology patient, so I really don't go out. But I'm getting to this point where I have a lot of emotional fatigue by watching the world return to a artificial normal that is not advisable by any stretch of the imagination. So I go back and forth between being doing best for myself and then sometimes just being very frustrated at seeing group photos of friends on Facebook going, why are you doing this? And do you have any advice from a psychological perspective to help this kind of like all of the people, maybe a lot of us on this in this session this morning are leading this very March-like existence while the rest of the world is moving on, and it's an artificial moving on, I understand, but do you have any advice for this long haul good decision making thing that we're doing now?
Yeah, this is very frustrating, and I can totally empathize with you because it is a very, to your point, it's a very artificial moving on. I mean, our COVID numbers, do you live in the US? So those numbers are climbing every day. Yesterday was the highest day we've had. But there is this element of COVID fatigue that I've talked about a lot. And I think as Americans, we've always wanted the quick fix. And so this is the most frustrating possible experience that could ever be imposed on an American society, because there's nothing quick about it. And then, you throw in the political divide, which is also ridiculous. I think if you can minimize your contact, I still think it's important to have social interactions. If you can have them outside at a distance, especially for cancer patients. I was talking to one of my friends last night with stage 4 colon cancer, who has told me he's been so depressed to the point that he's suicidal over the isolation that has come from COVID. And that's not good either. So finding a way to have those social interactions in a very safe place is important. Obviously, you want to keep them small. You're not going to go hang out at a big restaurant, inside close proximity. But anything you can do to have that social connection with people is really critical, or virtually as well. Therapy is incredibly important during this time. There are lots of virtual therapists available, and then just gently reminding your friends and your network that it's still important to wear a mask. It's still important to wash our hands. Can't believe I'm saying it's still important to wash our hands at the end of 2020, but I see it all the time. So it's important to wash your hands and just take some individual responsibility to protect, if not for yourself, all of our other vulnerable members of our society. So I don't think I answered your question, but
it's a really hard thing to navigate. It's not, I don't think there is like the perfect answer. It's
yeah.
To your point, I think it's just about like doing whatever you can in the moment to find a little bit of peace, a little bit of connection, a little bit of nature.
Yeah.
All right. Next question. We have time for about one, maybe two more questions. Vero, where are you, my love?
Question, lady. Yeah, I have a few questions. My first question was, what's your private opinion on thermology or
thermography?
Yeah.
So I don't generally recommend thermography. I usually work with ultrasound and mammograms. I think they can be used in combination with those two modalities and with MRI. I haven't seen enough evidence from my perspective to recommend it to the exclusion of those other modalities. I think it's fine to be used in combination, but I still don't feel comfortable as a physician recommending it instead of mammography or instead of MRI.
Okay. And so it's possible to do, I haven't done a 3D mammogram. I have BRCA1, and they've been following with doing a yearly MRI. So I haven't done any mammograms since my double mastectomy. Do you know?
Okay, so so that's normal, because after you've had a mastectomy, there isn't any breast tissue to compress into the X-ray machine. So that's not unusual. Sorry.
So they can't even do a 3D, or could they?
If you've had a double mastectomy, a full mastectomy, then you can't really do a mammogram because there is no more breast tissue left. So that's why they do MRI. So that's standard.
So my tools would be to do an MRI, and then if I want to do thermal, I can't say it, but
thermography.
Yeah.
Yeah, thermography or ultrasound, but really the MRI is going to capture everything, and it's completely safe. There's absolutely no radiation in an MRI whatsoever.
Okay, and also, do you have any name to recommend for, my daughter's turning 16, and my breast cancer was when I was 26, and they say to start screening her 10 years before my breast cancer, which would be 16. So it's really young, but I know that in Canada, I think I asked when I got my gene tested, and they said, oh, we can't do it until she's 18, I think. Do you know the rules here?
I think it depends on every individual case. If you were diagnosed that young, your daughter would probably start to be screened now. If she's 10 years prior, that would make sense. where do you live? Do you live in California?
Yeah, I live in San Clemente.
Okay. So yeah, I think that would be the best approach. You'd have to take her to an oncologist. I don't know that her pediatrician would definitely would, feel comfortable managing that, but I think that's, or a genetic counselor. Has she been tested for the gene?
No, because like I said, in Canada, they said 18. So I kind of like,
Yeah.
put the back burner, like, okay, I can't do it.
Right.
But I think for me, I'm definitely more of a, I want to know as soon as possible.
Well,
Kinda,
so here's the thing: you want to know, but you also have to consider what she wants to know, because
she also wants to know.
Okay, because that's a big burden to carry for a 16-year-old. So you just want to make sure that she's in a place where she's emotionally mature and able to handle that information. It's a big deal, as you know. So.
But I mean, she's pretty much thinking in her head that she's gonna get it because she has it. For me, my sister had it. Her dad's mom had it. Her dad's sister had it. Like, it's just on both sides, both parents. So I think, like, I know it's really heavy, but at the same time, to get it tested, because she has it in her head that she has it. Like,
yeah,
I don't
just
know.
Get ahead of it and
it could
know
be a
for
good
sure.
thing
Yeah,
to know that she has it or not. But I know it's a big question. But do you have any name of a counselor that she could talk to? Not like a genetic.
So I usually refer to the genetic counseling department at UCSD. They're really outstanding. You're up in San Clemente. I know Hoag Hospital and UCI have excellent. The large teaching facilities are really the places to go for the best, I think care, and for genetic counseling as well, because they kind of know all of the cutting edge information.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Good luck.
Thanks.
And maybe too, Vero, you can speak with Dr. Nanos, you and your daughter together. It sounds like Dr. Nanos is a really great resources. So, if indeed she does carry the gene, what are some lifestyle changes that you could create to empower your daughter to work through her teenage years, knowing that she carries the gene, or even prior to the testing? It sounds like, I mean,
yeah.
You're so close to Dr. Nanos, and she has this whole team.
You're worth it. Yeah.
Yeah. I would love that. We have lots of teenage patients. We treat children as well. So I would love that opportunity.
So just to know, you don't take insurance. Is that what I hear?
I don't take insurance, but we still bill it. We still have our patients use it, make sure that they have insurance, because for any specialist that you see, any tests that you do, you will need insurance. But to see me, it's just a flat fee. And then you don't have to pay. You can see me as much as you want, and there's no additional costs once you pay the membership fee, which is $300 a month. It's not crazy.
All right. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Vero. Lots of love and luck to your family and to your daughter. 16 is an exciting age, regardless of your situation. So good luck to you guys.
I was up till 3 o'clock in the morning last night looking for her. So yeah, I'm in the thick of it.
Oh, geez. Oh, wow.
Oh, gosh.
Okay.
Thanks. Bye.
I'm going to switch this over to Janet. Janet is here and is now, and I love Janet. You're a big part of our community and you're a big source of inspiration for us. She is a 2-time war veteran. She's retired from the military and has been diagnosed twice with breast cancer, even before she turned 40. And she has a really important question for you, Dr. Nanos. I'd love for her to share.
Okay.
Hi, Dr. Nano. Thank you so much for being a part of this.
Hi, Jana.
It's very nice to meet you. She did a great introduction. I've changed a lot of things. I changed the deodorant I'm using. I've cut out plastics. I've cut out meat. I am BRCA1 positive on top of fighting 2 different breast cancers.
California 113 Fort Woodland.
I just don't know. I'm planning on moving to Colorado from North Dakota in hopes to have a more active lifestyle year round. I just don't know what else I could be doing. That's the first question. So if there's any great advice you have for me. The second question, you talked about the trauma, and I'm glad that Megan brought it up that I have the military. I have a lot of PTSD issues and also a lot of moral injury issues from things I've done in the service and things I've seen. What else could I be doing there to help that as well?
Yeah, I'm sorry for what you've been through. I living in San Diego, we see a lot of vets, a lot of people who have gone through war trauma, and it is no small task to address. Are you in touch with the VA system? Are you getting help through them at all?
Yep. Since I'm rural North Dakota, I don't see, like, my favorite social worker retired last year, and then my favorite psychiatrist I was seeing at least once a month just retired this month. So I am going to have to start off with somebody new, and I'm not sure what the VA system is like in the Denver area. That's where I'll be moving. But I do seek out to visit with people, but I don't know, like, it's hard to, it's hard to talk
hard
about.
to connect. Yeah, thank you for being brave and sharing your story. I know it's really challenging. Well, the VA system is pretty expansive throughout the country, and they have a lot of resources. So that's the best way to start, because those are all covered resources. You won't have to spend any extra money to do that. But in addition, as I was saying earlier, the entire medical world has gone online. So really the whole world is open to you in terms of the services you can receive, either from me or from any other physician or therapist or coach, or whatever is going to best support you. And it's a team effort that usually helps the most. And getting finding a good therapist can be challenging at first. I recommend to patients that they make sure they feel comfortable with a therapeutic relationship. And if they don't, then there are dozens and hundreds out there. So you have to sometimes be patient and make sure you're finding the person that can hear you. Oh, sorry, Janet. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay to cry. It's okay to be vulnerable. I appreciate that. But finding the therapist to support you, and there are in the Denver, for pretty much every major city, there are alliances of mental health workers, and you can do a screening with them to figure out who might be the best fit. I know in the Northern California, there are a couple of other startups that have come out of the pandemic that focus exclusively on mental health. I can't remember now the names, but I'll send them to Frankie. And there are a lot of resources for online mental health, and I think that's a good starting point in a time where it's hard to be in person with people. And then, the last thing is being kind to yourself and finding a way to, as I was saying in the interview earlier, give yourself some grace and finding time to do things that nourish your soul. If you can be outside, if you can exercise, and just do things that will feed your soul really in a positive way, whatever that may be for you.
I appreciate that you brought up the trauma, because between the trauma that I've had, through the military, and even in my personal life, I mean, I lost both my parents to cancer, my dad to kidney, and my mom to ovarian. And so I just recently lost my brother a couple years ago to heart disease on top of it. So I think trauma has a lot to do with it. And I really want to work through that, because I think that does play a big part of our health and our well-being. And so I'm glad that you talk about that and you look into that, because I think that's what's missing, especially in my current treatment plan, is making sure that that base is covered, because I'm trying to do all these other changes
Yeah, I mean, you've had an unprecedented level of trauma with war trauma, military trauma, um, and then yes, someone just mentioned EMDR therapy, which is also a very great modality that is widely available now. But military trauma, death of a loved one, multiple loved ones in your case, even just one of those things is can really alter your life course and the way you perceive the world. But to have all of those together is really significant and something that you need help working through. Obviously, it's and to ignore that, I think, is ignoring a very big piece of who you are, and finding ways to work through that and get to the other side where um, it becomes part of your reality, but it doesn't necessarily um, define who you are and hold you back in any way. And that's going to take some time and the right person to help you get there.
And Janet, I just wanted to say there's been so many amazing comments in the chat. We'll make sure you get connected to Patricia. We'll make sure you get connected to Sue. Meredith in Denver wants to offer support. We'll make sure you get a copy of this chat and these women's contacts so you can reach out to them. Really quickly, Dr. Nanos, before we say goodbye, can you give us a little bit about EMDR? Just for Janet's own, knowledge to kind of something to look into.
I don't do EMDR therapy. I've received it and I know it's very effective. So I'm not the expert in that area, but someone popped it up there and I just commented that it is effective.
Okay, well, great. I think, Janet, we're all here for you.
Yes,
and I love you.
Sure.
And just, know that we're holding space for you to get through your days, however hard and hopefully joyful. I see you. I see there's joy and I see there's good news coming too. Thank you for sharing all of that with us on your social, but just know that we all love you. Thanks for your really important question. Dr. Nanos, thank you so much for being here with us. It means so much to me, but especially to our community. Obviously, they're inspired. We had so much. I feel like we could keep going here. If there's any additional questions that come up, please hit us up. We'll make sure and get those to Dr. Nanos and then get them back to everybody. So thank you so much for being here, everyone.
Thank you, Megan. I've been honored to be a part of this. You're wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. See you again sometime. And we're going to go to a nature moment and we'll be right back with a couple of more important speakers here. Thanks, everyone. Okay. Coming back into after our nature moment there, we're going to dive into some nature. And I'm excited for these speakers and these topics that are coming up. I again want to thank our sponsors. Akai Life is a CBD brand and product that we've worked with now for a few years. They're a trusted source for information. They're a trusted source for product. They provide everything from soothing creams to facial serums of CBD to our community, which we are giving away some Akai Life product. So per usual, Frankie will just be putting all the names into a hat and pulling a few of you and reaching out to you privately with some Akai Life product. Thank you, Akai Life. And again, like, these topics are so important to me. I feel like there's so much information, right, Carrie? In the CBD world, it's like, oh, this is good for you. This is going to cure this. This is going to heal this. And the complicated thing about this space is it's a very unregulated space, if you will. Yes, you have organic hemp products, everything from clothing to facial products to tinctures, even the flowers available as a product. But should cancer patients even be vaping? What is it that we're taking and ingesting? Like, how do we find this information? So having, 7 Space is that provided space, as well as providing these next speakers to us is really important.
Yeah. And I think, one thing that's been a theme of the last couple weeks is really coming back to that space of knowing, having the courage to follow your internal guidance system to find your team and also find the products and things that are right for you. And what we're trying to do is just bring that awareness and education and maybe give you some breadcrumbs to follow should you feel called to start using, whether it be CBD or any of these things. So I'm really excited to dive into these next few speakers and hear what they have to say.
Yeah, the first woman, Payleen Thorogood, is part of the Holistic Research Foundation team, and she is a co-founder. She's a TED talker. She has a personal passion and interest when it comes to CBD, but she really wants to be that space where people are going to get the quality scientific research behind this. Is it really going to cure COVID? Is it really going to cure your depression? We don't know these things until we get the funding, until we get the people like Payleen, who's going to lead these studies. So she isn't going to be here live, but we have 2 doctors here. We've got one, Payleen Thorogood, and then we've got Dr. Martinez, who will intro afterwards. But Dr. Martinez will be here for a live Q&A. She'll probably be able to answer a lot of questions, as many as she can, on CBD. So just keep your questions coming on the chat. We're gonna, Frankie's gonna be recording those and making sure that we get those to the qualified specialists. So enjoy this talk with Payleen Thorogood and myself. We'll see you after. I'm just gonna dive right in. I think, the more research and the more things I've read, your TED Talks, I think you're quite an educated person, but you also seem like a very interested person. Do you want to give me some insight on your personal connection to cannabis?
Of course, and it's been definitely an interesting connection because until about 4 or 5 years ago, I actually knew hardly anything about cannabis or CBD. My background is in tech. I was a tech executive focused on big data and analytics, which actually becomes relevant as I go through my cannabis journey. And my husband almost died from an aortal dissection right before my eyes. We had to airlift him for life-saving surgery, 3 open heart surgeries actually back to back. And that was incredible. I mean, literally saved his life. The pain medication after the open heart surgeries were not so good. And as we were battling with a slew of various opioids that were being given to him through the doctors and all the side effects of them, I was just looking for something else that we might be able to use, given it was clearly affecting his mental state in so many negative ways. And we have two kids. So that's when our good friend Andy Nordam came to visit to see how my husband was, started talking about how CBD specifically had made such an incredibly positive effect for his son, Max, who was born with cerebral palsy. And over the course of the past few months at that point, and we're talking 4.5 years ago or so, Max had improved significantly. You know, really his spasticity had improved so much, his movement had improved so much. And, you know, Andy said, let's try CBD on Scott, my husband. And it was literally an incredible 24-hour difference where his pain was reduced without any of the side effects. And I'm a scientist and an engineer. To me, it was like, this is amazing, but I need to know more, because it's, you know, while magic is amazing, I also want to kind of go to the, you know, background and understand how things work. So long story short, Andy and I decided to create a nonprofit focused on understanding not just if CBD and cannabis work for these many, you know, potential conditions, but how they work, why they work, really understanding the mechanisms of action. So that's how our foundation, Holistic Research and Education Foundation, was formed, because what we realized was there was a lot of curiosity about CBD and cannabis and its potential magic, and very little research that was done on its benefits. Most of the research that was funded by the government was all about its potential harm, not about its benefits.
Yeah, which is really interesting because, I mean, cannabinoid, or, you know, cannabinoid as well as cannabis research is kind of a relatively new thing, right? Like it's basically what, 70s or 80s when this really came to the forefront of like, let's study this for not just harmful effects. Is that correct?
That's right. We didn't even know. I mean, obviously, cannabis has been used for thousands of years, literally. But and you know, we knew it had calming effects, and I think you know, a lot of, you know, probably a lot of shamanistic religions and a lot of other, you know, Eastern cultures have used it for many medicinal purposes as well. But I think in our Western culture, we had dismissed for some reason its benefits, and we're looking at it as more of a, you know, maybe, you know, reduces pain and hence is used great, you know, for maybe end of life situations, but not necessarily for treating many ailments. And, you know, as a person who was just living in my day-to-day crazy tech life, it was not something I'd really paid any attention to. What I found out is we didn't even know the mechanism of the endocannabinoid system until the 1980s. So it is such a recent discovery that we have this massive system in our body that really connects with every cell, every muscle, every organ system. And we didn't even know about it until the 1980s.
And so on the endocannabinoid system, that's basically the system that we have. It's like an electrical, neurological system, right? That deals with pain,
it's a
inflammation
system. Yeah, it's a receptor system that we have many receptor systems in our bodies. Obviously, that's how so many compounds actually connect and affect our body. And then the cannabinoid system is almost, is actually the largest system from my understanding. And it connects literally with every organ, cell, whether it's the, you know, endocrine system, obviously our entire nervous system, our digestive system. You know, we have receptors throughout our entire body, from our brain and our central nervous system to our, you know, to our skin and basically everywhere in our gut. So we have receptors throughout our body that are able to actually connect with cannabinoids that come from cannabis or hemp. And this is a relatively recent discovery.
Yeah, and so the cannabinoids that the plant of cannabis actually they're phytocannabinoids, right? And then they mimic exactly what our body is doing, and that's how they're relating.
That's exactly right. So phyto, of course, meaning plant, cannabis and hemp provide, well over 100 known phytocannabinoids, and we have endocannabinoids that our body produces based on, whatever stress or pain response that we might be having. And so these receptors were obviously designed for what our body produces. But as with many things, sometimes whether it's stress or disease conditions, changes how our body responds, and maybe our body gets out of balance. So what's amazing about the endocannabinoid system is it actually promotes homeostasis or balance in the body. And if we're unable to produce it ourselves, it's something we can take. Just like when you're vitamin D deficient, you take extra vitamin D, right? I think a lot of us are doing that these days. This is the same thing, is to be able to create that balance.
And I love the way you talk about balance in our bodies as homeostasis. You're actually the third person and doctor that we've had, third person that speaks about that. And it's a great way to bring everything together, and that we need all these moving parts to work together and to be balanced. So that being said, you mentioned a bunch of receptors in our body: digestion, the nervous system. I know that there's a lot of studies coming out that have to do with anxiety, depression, and cannabinoids. Can you expand on that a little bit?
Of course. But first, let me tell you, since you did say about the balance on the whole body, that's actually why we're called Holistic Research and Education Foundation with a W, because we're looking at the whole body, which is so important versus being just a specialist. And second, we're looking at the whole plant. And we want to make sure that we're not just isolating specific cannabinoids. We believe that nature works in concert with everything that comes together. So
love it.
That's very important.
Yeah, I love it.
But in terms of your question, actually, it's so timely. We, of course, have been, our foundation focused on funding CBD and cannabis research across many U.S. institutes. And we have some amazing research that's been ongoing for the last several years. Just last week, we launched a brand new study with UC Irvine and the UC Institute of Predictive Technology, actually a first of its kind, largest ever study, where we are collecting what the FDA calls real world data from, we have a reach of 2.5 million Americans who are taking CBD or cannabis, thanks to our massive partners. I mean, we have so many amazing partners who are leveraging their distribution lists and things like that. We have a massive reach, and we're collecting data through a survey that has been designed and approved by UC Irvine. So it's an amazingly rigorous scientific study to understand what is the baseline anxiety and insomnia levels of the people taking this, so that we can actually gauge their responses based on their state of mind, which is really important, because where you start from is going to depend, it's going to actually
your choices
and exactly. And then we ask questions on what they're taking, how much they're taking, what frequency they're taking, the modality they're taking. Is it an edible? Is it a tincture? Is it a topical? Are they having CBD or cannabis drinks? And what effects they're having, what benefits they're having, as well as potentially what harms they're having. We got to collect all the data. We also ask what additional things they may be taking. Are they also taking melatonin? Are they taking Xanax? I mean, so that we have a complete picture of the state of mind, anxiety, and insomnia, especially during these crazy days of the pandemic, when clearly anxiety levels are through the roof. So we should be able to not just collect this data, which is going to be a massive scale, but back to my big data and analytics days from tech, we should be able to segment the data so that we can tell, hopefully, based on the information, apparently women over a certain age or men between these ages, perhaps with these pre-existing conditions, are reacting this way or that way. So we can have very interesting precision medicine oriented findings out of this very, very large study. So I'm super excited.
I can tell you're so cute, Kayleen, how you're like, yay, we got the biggest study. That's amazing. And that's just such important work. And like you said, right now, it couldn't be more timely. I've heard too many stories of the state of human existence right now in towns and cities all over the place. So it's a really good time for that, for study to come out. So on that note, how can someone be sure that they're getting a quality product? And how can that play into the ultimate best healing for them? How can they be sure? Where is it that they're going to go somebody right now, let's say that I need sleep, I'm dealing with anxiety, I heard CBD helps, how can they be sure that they're getting something that isn't full of pesticides or, besides organic?
Yeah, that's a great question. And there is not a very clear-cut answer yet, and that is a problem. So we clearly have a problem in quality control in this unregulated market. And that's just what we have. We have an unregulated market, especially with CBD. I'd say cannabis is far better regulated within the states that it's legal. And of course, you cannot cross state lines, and there's all this other hoopla, but at least it's regulated within the states. CBD is not regulated, even though it has such amazing potential. You don't know if you're taking CBD. So, my kids who are under 18 can go and buy milk and CBD from the grocery store, yet we don't know what's in them. So the entire premise is, there's clearly there's a missing piece there. It's wrong, especially given many studies, whether it's JAMA, Journal of American Medical Association, or last summer's Clean Label Project study, or this summer's FDA study on hundreds of CBD products that they tested, all found, in all cases, the numbers may vary slightly, but well over 50% of them are not what they say they are. They may have more CBD, less CBD, more THC than, legal for hemp, which means, your child may get high without you intending it, and a lot of pesticides and or heavy metals. So the point is, unfortunately, all evidence from the FDA to Clean Label Project to JAMA indicates that there are many not so clean products out there, which to me is both a huge public safety issue for all of us, but also affects the industry. Because if you cannot trust the players, then even though you believe CBD or hemp can be very beneficial, it's very hard to decide which one to take. So we're in an interesting conundrum where there are definitely some good players, and there are also, I'm sure, many others that are good. We just don't know how to pick them, because the certificate of analysis with COA, which is a huge important piece, even those are not kept up to speed, because you want to be able to do batch testing, not like do it once and then see what happens.
Yeah, because you're constantly growing, you're growing, right? So there's always going to be the need to be like, what's in this? How's it testing? And then the need for CBD product is so huge, right? So then there's these massive crops where it used to be just small farms. I'm assuming that really good product is going to be a small farm where they're able to keep up with that kind of batch testing, right?
Well, one would hope that, I think small farms certainly have a higher chance of doing quality control, but I would hope that if we have the right regulations and there are larger farms who still want to play by the good rules and produce good products, size should not matter as long as you're doing the right thing, except the right thing has not been defined or enforced. So we have more of both a definition and enforcement issue, and therefore a quality control issue across the board. So I find that very troubling.
Yeah, that is concerning. And then, it's great to hear you're kind of on that forefront of making it aware, right? So then is it the FDA that's going to be making these choices to help people get the right product? Or, is it people going and checking the COAs of a company to make sure that they're getting a good product?
Well, I think there are certainly numerous both nonprofits as well as hopefully labs and others that are going to jump in to create some level of like a good housekeeping seal of approval of sorts, right? Just like what USDA organic means something, and we know that we know how it's grown, how it's processed. I think we need something similar for CBD and hemp. And I know the Hemp Authority and Hemp Roundtable are working on creating those models and hopefully having more and more people buy into them. But it's both creating the standard, enforcing the standard, and having people buy into it, because the standard means something. That means the standard is attracting more consumers, because if there is demand for that standard, the seal of approval, I think more suppliers will actually want to play with those same rules. So it's your typical, economic cycle of supply and demand. And I think consumers realize what this means. Hopefully they'll demand higher quality products, which will pull more suppliers into that same, above, just on the right side of the line type of processing.
And because this is so widely available, it isn't just about educating the doctors on this, right? And there are doctors out there that actually can help somebody kind of find their way and prescribe, correct? Like there are specific, cannabis doctors or?
There are, even though that education is also sorely needed. I know, even, here in California, UCSC, UCLA, some of the universities that are so at the cutting edge of some of this research. UCSD have had a cannabis research center since year 2000. It's the very first one in the US. Even at, places like this, we only have a few people who can actually are that knowledgeable. Most doctors will say, well, I think it's good, but let's just take it to something I can prescribe from a pharma perspective. So clearly we need physician education, but that's going to come from evidence-based, rigorous clinical trials, because physicians are not going to just look at, I heard it's good, let me prescribe it, not the model, obviously, right?
Yeah, so you're basically, your foundation is creating that. You are kind of the base. Is there anybody else like the Holistic Research Foundation? Or are you guys kind of at that forefront?
Quite this big. I know, clearly we're not the only ones who care about this. There's so many like-minded, like-spirited people. I know a lot of people are putting a lot of effort into it. What we're trying to do is not just put effort into it, but realizing that the demand is for certain amount of scientific rigor. We want to make sure that if we provide that, even if it's more expensive and more time consuming, which unfortunately it is, at least it's going to be more broadly accepted. And that should hopefully make it more of a groundswell and make a bigger shift versus these smaller elements where, yes, there's great data, but not enough people pay attention to it. So you haven't really made the change that you desire to make.
Yeah, it takes a while. And it takes a lot of interest and well, it's good to know you have got a lot of good partners. So on the note of what's working, is there any data that's being collected or happening on COVID? I've heard recent reports of it came out of Canada, CBD helps COVID. And then, is there any research that you're doing based around COVID?
Around COVID, in terms of getting better from COVID, from the actual disease, we're not personally doing any, but I've talked to several doctors who are doing some experimental work in places like Mount Sinai Hospital in New York. I saw some great places. And what I understand is that because of its anti-inflammatory effects, that it really can make a massive difference in that, as COVID has this crazy inflammation, and then our body's reaction is almost like the disease makes our body react in a certain way. And it's our reaction is that what take people down the slippery slope and, eventually kill people. So it can really help with the inflammatory response. So to me, that's amazing. That goes back to the whole mechanism of action, because CBD and cannabis appear to have anti-inflammatory effects. So whether it's helping you with your ache or pain from your shoulder or an inflammatory effect in your lungs, it's a very similar, if you think about it, effect. Is just helping different things. Whether it's a torn muscle, that's inflammation, or your lungs, it's helping with anti-inflammation. Its other big effect is anti-anxiety and an overall calming of the central nervous system. And that mechanism is believed to be, and we are actually doing a lot of work on this, is through modulating both the serotonin receptors as well as the GABA receptors, so that we are actually trying to really nail this down. There's some early research that points to it, and we're trying to really showcase that is the case, so that we know that whether it's an autistic kid who is acting up, or if somebody is really hyper anxiety or depression because of COVID, you can actually bring them down to a better level, and their overall interaction with the world around them will be better, as well as obviously their immune response will be better, since stress and anxiety are some of the worst things we can do to our body.
The triggers for the immune. And so this is all back to the homeostasis. It's like, if you can get your nervous system nice and calm, that helps with your immune response, et cetera.
Right. So, for instance, if the GABA receptors, which are the inhibitory receptors, are not working as hard as they should for whatever reason, again, it might be external factors, internal factors. If you're able to actually, move them up, and they can actually move, they can be more active, you can actually create that calming effect versus something that's going to actually get your excitatory, transmitters going. So it's almost like understanding how your body works and realizing that it is not just looking and trying to move one part, but looking at it holistically and realizing this is out of whack and maybe we can do this, and just kind of bring things back to a balance. And sometimes I think that holistic approach in this case works better, because you're not just pinpointing and fixing one thing, but looking at the entire system.
And so this is basically, you know, part of that is getting to know yourself really well. Yes, seeking out a team of doctors if need be, who can assist you in making the right choices around cannabis, but also what works for me. Why am I not sleeping? And if you can't figure it out, the doctor can help you. But that's part of the homeostasis as well, is really looking within, because we all are snowflakes. It's really hard with all of the products out there to be like, I'm just not sleeping. What should I take? Tinctures or gummies? Isolate or broad spectrum? You know, it's just about educating yourself. And the better we know ourselves, the better we are to meet this product, whatever it is for us, halfway. Right?
It is overwhelming the amount of information, especially when we generalize that information, because you're so right that we're all snowflakes. That's why I think personalized medicine or precision medicine, at least the direction to that is so important, because you know, you have these averages, except, you know, nobody has a family of 1.8 with 2.5 dogs and half a cat. Like, that does not exist. So therefore, we have to make sure the average, we don't live by averages. We have to look at our specific situation, our both the demographic info, as well as, since we have lived dynamic lives. I mean, everything from pre-existing conditions to current state of anxiety and depression and whatever may be happening internally in your family or externally in the world. And all of that will affect what may work for you right here, right now. Yeah. And we don't treat disease that way, which is why it becomes disease, because we have lack of ease instead of focusing on wellness and what you may need right now. You don't have the same breakfast every day. That's not what your body needs. So it's the same thing. It's just realizing what you need and hopefully being more in tune, expressing that to your physicians, who are very knowledgeable people, but so that they also realize that you are seeking for something more personalized given your current situation.
Yeah, and I really feel like something like that disease really fast tracks people to like, oh my God, what is it that I need? You know, I need to figure this out. I've talked to lots of young women who have gone through breast cancer at a young age, and I mean, they have to subscribe to Cancer University, and they have to figure out all those moving parts that's getting them to where they're at today and helping them get through their day. And I know a lot of women who are actually taking cannabis for anxieties, for troubles, if you will, like just dealing with the emotional side of cancer and whatnot. But it's them who, it's not just given to them. They're often a big player in what's going to be best for them. And that's something what disease gives you, is hopefully that opportunity to get to know what you need for yourself. So,
and it's not one thing. I mean, at the end of the day, it's not just one thing that's going to help you. It's a whole selection of things, right? It could be some specific pharma drug that's going to help with a situation, along with the anxiety-reducing or pain-reducing elements of cannabis, along with some meditation and walking in it, whatever it may be. It's a combination of all of these things that, in the end, give us that wellness that we need. It's not one thing.
So then, can you tell me about some studies that are happening that you're really excited about? Would that be the anxiety one earlier, the anxiety and depression, the big study that you were talking about? Is that something that you're really excited about?
I'm super excited about that one for sure, given the scope of it and the fact that we'll be able to really, given the tremendous number of people going to collect data from, that we should be able to segment and provide some precision information based on demographics and also pre-existing conditions and lifestyle. So I'm really excited about that. But I'm also super excited about a couple other studies. We are doing an incredible study here at UCSD focused on CBD efficacy for autism. But it is not just an autism study. It is a mechanistic study to understand how CBD reduces anxiety and what happens in the brain of a autistic child. So this is where I'm really hoping we're going to learn how GABA receptors and glutamate receptors and serotonin receptors may be changing that makes the child, be far more social, have less anxiety, be able to have somebody look them in the eye and, not freak out from loud noises and things like that. And that's great for, obviously, huge population of autistic kids and their families. But also, that same mechanism is going to apply to any anxiety situation in so many ways. So the more we understand the mechanisms, the more we can use them in other diseases. So I'm super excited about that, because it's a first look into what's happening in the brain and how some of these things are changing versus just doing a typical clinical only study. So this is
Yeah.
a clinical plus study that does the clinical, but also does this mechanism study. So that's, I think, will be literally revolutionary. The other study is taking place in the University of Utah. Again, truly a first of its kind study of healthy adults, because we have no baseline. So what we're doing is, that study is underway already. We are doing fMRI, a functional MRI scanning of the brain of healthy adults, and giving them CBD, cannabis, whole plant, and placebo. Of course, it's double blind. Nobody knows what they're getting. And it's crossover. So everyone gets all of them. They just don't know in which order. And we look at what's happening in their brain regarding pain response, stress response, cognitive response. How are they dealing with anxiety? How are they dealing with executive function? We'll actually get to see how their brain has changes in dependency between different parts of the brain based on if it's CBD only, if it's THC only, if it's whole plant, or if it's a placebo. And that should help us as a baseline as to how these products work in our brain for the very first time. And then obviously you can apply that to any disease condition, but at least we'll know what it means for a healthy person.
Which is really interesting, because I feel like it's really hard when it comes to dosages, right? Because we are so individual. It's hard to know where to start. Obviously start slow, start in small amounts.
Indeed.
But it affects everybody so differently. I know that I have friends who try this tincture, and I try the same tincture, and I'm sweating and my heart's beating really fast. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm really stoned and freaked out right now. Right. Where they're like, whoa, we're just so relaxed over here. So I think it's really interesting that the human body actually, is very unique, correct? That's part of your...
Absolutely. So in the same study in Utah, we are also taking blood samples to see what specific biomarkers and inflammatory markers may be present, so that we can see if there's a correlation between their unique body elements and how their response is. So we're looking to correlate whether you're freaking out, and if there's something in your body that actually says, of the people who are acting, having more of an effect, what do they have in common? What are the people who don't appear to have any effect? What do they have in common? So we can hopefully start getting some clues, some breadcrumbs to understanding why you and I are responding completely differently. It's because we have different biomarkers, inflammatory markers in our body, and that may be one of the reasons that we're going to respond differently. And I feel like that's, again, is going to give us on our path to that precision medicine that we all need so much.
So amazing and interesting, really interesting. And like you said, the breadcrumb, because it's such a vast space, right? And there's still so much work to be done. Thank you for doing the work. I have one last question here. Do you take CBD?
I do. I take CBD every night. I've always taken it. As in last 4 years, since I didn't know it existed before. But I'd say over COVID, and whether you like it or not, I think we all have increased our anxiety levels. And I've realized I could fall asleep, but I kept on waking up in the middle of the night and thinking through things. With CBD, I'm able to both fall asleep and stay asleep. And that is, to me, like one of the best gifts I can give my body, so I can, conquer the next day properly.
Yeah, sleep is definitely our best friend, especially nowadays. So all of this was so informational. Thank you so much, Payleen. We truly appreciate you being here with us, and we'll look forward to more research as it comes up. We'll definitely direct people to your research foundation. I think it's so fascinating and such important work. So thank you for doing that. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Megan. And thank you for what you do. I think creating the awareness in society is one of the most important tasks. And so these types of conferences, especially with communities who are obviously very hungry for information, it's so needed. So thank you for doing what you do. Really appreciate it. And very much look forward to staying in touch.
Yeah, thank you so much, Payleen. Appreciate it.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye. Hi. So Payleen isn't here, but we've got a lot of great questions rolling. Really quickly, I have a question. Just raise your hand. Who here has done CBD in conjunction with any of their cancer treatment at all? No? Mm-hmm. Interesting. Yeah, it was nothing that, you know, my doctors prescribed, but when I did get an integrative oncologist, he suggested for side effects. And I'm one of those people that if I smoke weed or whatever, I just get anxious and nervous and end up staring at a wall, trying to get my heart rate to come down. It just interacts with me that way. So I was really nervous about, you know, how much nausea and vomiting and dry heaving I had. And then on top of that, to be stoned was kind of like my worst nightmare. But, you know, once I eventually, you know, got a trusted product from a friend and tried it, it was completely game changer for me. And the reason why I'm bringing these topics up in conversation now, because if I wasn't, you know, convinced by somebody who had a lot of understanding around it to try it, I would have never have tried it. But I got to experience the medicinal effects, and that was being able to sleep, helping to calm my anxiety, especially the night before chemo or any tests, as well as helping with the nausea and for me to keep food down. So, what? Yeah, anyways, important conversations here. So yeah, have a lot of questions coming up. Our next guest, Dr. Diana Martinez, is going to be on live with us after this. So keep the questions coming. Anything that she can't answer, we'll get directly to Paylene. But Dr. Diana Martinez comes from a psychiatric background, which I think is really intriguing. And we have a little chat about the work that she does and the things that she's testing and the studies that she's a part of. And interestingly enough, she just went through her own experience with breast cancer. And I'm really thrilled that she shared, because it's a personal story, as so many of you know. It's obviously directly related to some of our conversation, but I just think she's a really special human, and I'm excited that she's here with us. So let's just dive into our conversation, and we'll have a Q&A afterwards. So keep the conversation flowing over here in the chat, and enjoy Dr. Martinez's talk with me. Welcome, Dr. Diana Martinez. Thank you so much for being here today with us.
Thank you for having me. Very glad to be here.
Yeah. So your primary job here is psychiatry. You're a psychiatrist, but you've also chosen to take a path of some neuroscience research. Tell me a little bit about your work and your background and what you do.
Sure. So I'm a psychiatrist. I moved to New York City to go to medical school and then never left. Came to New York City actually to be a primary care physician back in Texas, and ended up falling in love with psychiatry and neuroscience instead. And after residency, I did go into neuroscience research, specifically studying addiction, because I felt as though there just wasn't enough treatments for addiction. Long story short, after doing that for quite some time, and being a little bit brokenhearted when it came to developing new treatments for addiction, which is another conversation, I decided to change my research and tried to look at repurposing existing treatments for new indications. And so I literally sat down with a piece of paper and said, okay, what kind of treatments already exist and what can they be used for? And of course, on that list would obviously be cannabis and cannabinoids for various indications. And I ended up with settling on neuropathic pain, specifically chemotherapy-induced neuropathic pain. And that's the direction my research is taking now.
Beautiful. And so before we dive into where you're currently at in your research, I remember we had a conversation a while back about a lot of the emotional and mental health, you know, depression, anxieties that your research is taking you. What are some of the things that you've worked on in that realm?
So most of my research has specifically been in addiction for many years now.
Okay.
And I certainly started out looking at the hardcore pharmacology of addiction, the neuroscience of it, the receptors involved, the neurotransmitters involved. And, you know, over time, I definitely spent a lot of time teasing that apart, but also just recognizing that it was part of a picture, and understanding the role that community plays, the role that connections play, sort of recognizing that, without having a network of resilience, I'll call it. You know, we talk a lot about resilience, and you can read a lot about resilience and the characteristics that make a specific person resilient. But in my mind, what it really takes is a network. It takes a network of friends and family and relationships that keep a person, you know, going forward in life. And that's important whether your illness is an addiction, whether you're hit with cancer, whatever illness you get hit with, you really have to have that network to rely upon.
And I love the way that you say that, because several doctors in conversations that I've had recently have talked about that almost like an ecology that we have. We need to know that there's something, right? There's something out there for everybody, and we've got to figure out what are all these moving parts that are going to help us work through something. So I love that you talk about community. I think that's such a great part of it, especially dealing with something as lonely, I'm sure, as addictions, and also cancer can be very lonely as well. So I remember we had a conversation as well. You were talking about ketamine and how that is what purpose it's playing in some medical spaces right now. Can you expand on that a little?
Sure. So another study we have, you know, as I said, I tried to repurpose existing medications. So ketamine is FDA approved. Honestly, ketamine research is a little easier than cannabis research because it doesn't have the scheduling issues and the DEA issues. So ketamine, you know, we're looking at as a treatment for tinnitus or tinnitus, which is chronic ringing in the ears, is, you know, maybe not a severe problem, but incredibly disconcerting if you have this, and remarkably prevalent. And we're also looking at ketamine for chronic pain, specifically in people who have end-stage renal disease and chronic pain. So that's sort of like, you know, as I mentioned, I got tired of trying to develop new medications, and I decided to repurpose old ones.
And so in all of your studies, it's been a couple of years now, but you kind of came upon your own path with breast cancer. Can you tell me how all of that started?
I absolutely can. So in May of 2017, which is my birthday month, you know, I always have my mammograms around that time, and I went to do my annual mammogram, thought nothing of it. It was actually negative. And about 2 weeks later, I was in the shower, and I found a lump in my armpit. And that's one of the things I try to make clear to people is, like, you know, we all talk about like breast exams and whatnot, but a lump in the armpit in a woman is a medical emergency until proven otherwise. And lots of times we don't realize that. As soon as I found the lump in my armpit, I had a panic attack, went immediately to the doctor. It was checked out, and it was indeed breast cancer, despite having a negative mammogram. It was actually found on an MRI scan. And I remember the phone call I got from the doctor who did the biopsy. He was an amazing man, did it quickly, did it in his office. I was desperate to get things moving. And he says, well, it's definitely cancer, but we don't know what kind yet because it's really poorly defined. And I remember so clearly, I was coming out the subway, I live in New York, and I thought, my life is over. Like, this is the defining of my life. My life is over because it's unknown what kind of tumor it is. I'm one of those strange people that when the MRI was actually done and it was discovered to be breast cancer, I was relieved because that was the best news it could have possibly been. I mean, honestly, any other cancer would have been widely spread if it had reached that point in my body. So, you know, I discovered it was breast cancer, and just, you remember feeling like I'm going from walking down the street and feeling great, it's a sunny day, and knowing that I'm walking into a hospital facing chemo and surgery and radiation, and, you know, knowing like how brutal it's going to be when I feel well. It was hard to enter that tunnel when you feel great, but knowing that you had to in order to, you know, live my life, in order to see my kids grow up and graduate from high school and go to college. And it really changed everything. I, you know, I did adriamycin cytoxin, which was pretty nasty.
AC.
See, I honestly thought that was the worst of it. And I don't know why, but I convinced myself, you know, it's that horrible red goo. It can't get any worse, right? Paclitaxel was worse. It was absolutely worse. And I not only, like, you know, the joint pain and all this stuff, but after the first dose, I lost some hearing. I actually developed ringing in my ears, which was strange because I was already starting that research project, and didn't put it together with that being a neuropathic issue. And after the second dose, couldn't feel my hands, couldn't feel my feet, burning pain, stumbling walking down the street.
So you're dealing with like terrible neuropathy during this chemo treatment. But really quick, I want to rewind to when you found out you had breast cancer. And why did you feel so relieved? Just because you knew?
You know, I felt relieved because when, if you have cancer in a lymph node in your armpit, if it's breast cancer, it means it's just left the breast and trying to move elsewhere. If it's not breast cancer, it's everywhere. Right. So once it was clear that it was cancer in a lymph node, I'm like, please let it be breast. Please don't.
Okay. So
right?
thankfully for the work that you do, you have that understanding. So that being said, there's immense amount of research and support therapies and therapies that are happening that can get rid of breast cancer. Like if you were to get diagnosed with breast cancer, today's the day. And that's a horrible thing to say, but there's a lot of treatment options.
Remarkably true. It's incredibly true. So I did my treatment at Sloan Kettering, which is actually where I did my internship.
Right.
So I walked in the door and I just had this PTSD in the hospital.
Oh God.
You know, what struck me is that now Sloan Kettering has an entire separate hospital just dedicated to breast cancer, which is both good and bad news. It's good news because it is this incredible facility dedicated to the disease that I had, but it also just goes to show what an epidemic we have of breast cancer, that it's remarkable. The time since I did internship until now, here I am a couple decades later, but still, it has just mushroomed into a full-on epidemic.
And and sadly for us, I mean, I've been involved with B4BC now for 15 years through my professional athlete career. And within that time, just seeing how many more and more young women in their 20s, 30s, and 40s that are managing breast cancer. And it's kind of scary to see that even in my 15 years of being a part of this organization, how that need is growing and growing and growing. It's a pretty, it's awful, like you said. And I think an epidemic is a good way to put it.
It's remarkable. You know, as you said, I was relieved because we have so much data on how to best treat breast cancer. But at the same time, you know, I went through the whole, you know, I did the genetic testing. I sat down and discussed, you know, I have no risk factors. I have no family history of breast cancer. I have no personal history of cancer. I have, you know, no genetic background. And so, I can't say I have no history. Obviously I have no known risk factors. And that's the biggest question to me is we don't know what are the risk factors for so many of these cases. You know,
and especially yes, sorry to interrupt you. I was just saying, especially as apparently around 80% of these diagnosed breast cancers and in young women as well, there is no history, there is no gene tied to this. So it's this environmental factor and interestingly enough, there's a lot of energetics, right? Like we've been talking to different doctors who are saying, yes, it could be the water, it could be their food, but it could be their stress levels. It could be, you know, what they go through emotionally, their trauma health, you know, so there's so many factors for us to try to figure ourselves out and see how we can work through this. So fast forward to you dealing with neuropathy and explain what neuropathy is a little bit, just in case somebody might not know.
Actually, at this point, I have read a lot about neuropathy, especially paclitaxel induced. And I have to say, every time I read the paper, I just had like this incredible feeling of creepiness, of just sort of recognizing what was happening in my own body.
Yeah.
The way paclitaxel works and the way that it inhibits tumor growth is it stabilizes microtubules. And essentially what that does is it prevents cells from dividing rapidly by making them rigid. The side effect, though, is that happens in the nerve terminals of the fingers and the hands, and they become very rigid, and so they start to break. And that's actually what causes the neuropathy caused by paclitaxel, is that those nerve endings, because they become sort of stiff and rigid, they tend to crumble and break, which is, I have to say, kind of unnerved me, so to speak.
Yeah, and there's pain involved, there's numbness involved. I know that I had a lot of numbness. My feet were killing me probably for at least 2 or 3 years after that. Like I could barely put shoes on. So it was really bad for you in both your hands and your feet.
It was terrible. And, you know, and the more I read about it, especially with Taxol, it's very long lasting. Most people have it for years. Some people it never recovers. So on top of, educating myself, you can imagine I was having an incredible panic attack. I was incredibly stressed out reading this. And, I had only done 2 doses. And I remember I was sitting in the kitchen. I had a piece of toast and I had a huge glass of water, because the only way I could get a piece of toast down was to drink a lot of water, because I actually had neuropathy affecting my esophagus. It was and at that point, I, when you add in the stress of cancer and the stress of steroids, because the high dose steroids and all this sort of stuff, I called my oncologist. I had a complete meltdown over the phone and told her that I would not do any more chemo, that I was done, and that I didn't care if I had a recurrence of breast cancer. I couldn't live without my nervous system. And I was surprised at her reaction. Her reaction was not, which I kind of expected. Her reaction was, because we're talking to doctor, I expected her to be like, stop being a baby and just do your chemo, right?
Oh.
Was, I understand this happens all the time. And I understand, there are risks. You have to weigh the benefits and the risks. And I was stunned to hear that this was an incredibly common problem that had very little treatment options. She offered gabapentin. I took gabapentin. It did nothing.
What's gabapentin, like a pain med or
pain med?
Pain.
Yeah, it's a pain med. People have studied it as a potential treatment, and it really didn't. The data isn't great, but I understand why not try it, right? It might work. Also, I tried duloxetine, which is an antidepressant. I don't remember the brand name, but it's an SSRI like Prozac or Zoloft. It's duloxetine, and there is a study showing that duloxetine does help with neuropathic pain, but that study was done in all types of cancer and all types of chemotherapy. And the group that didn't improve was actually the Taxol group. So, and that didn't work for me either. And I was at my wit's end. I'm like, this is just going to be, I'm going to have this permanent problem. And I can't imagine, I was doing the 4-dose Taxol. I'm like, I can't imagine what's going to happen to me if I continue.
Yeah. Yeah. And those 4 doses, like I did mine in 12. So those 4 doses are huge, heavy hitters. And at this point, neuropathy, like you said, is years and years, and potentially you're facing the rest of your life, or 2, 5, 10 years. You don't know of this type of debilitating pain.
Right. And I was still going to work, and I would to get down the subway stairs. I had to hold the rail, which is, nobody wants to touch the rail, right? It's like,
yeah. Don't touch the subway rail. Yeah, worst case scenario there.
And so I just felt like I don't know if I can, if it's worth it. Like if I can't just go down the subway stairs and without grabbing the rail. So as I said, I called my doctor. I was like, I quit. I'm not doing this anymore. As you can imagine, my friends and family were very upset because I was only doing half of the Taxol that I needed to do. I was still going into work. I had my scarf. I had my puffy steroid face. And one of my colleagues at work, whose office is right next to mine, I've known her forever, since I finished residency. She actually does cannabis research, mostly in addiction. People have an addiction to cannabis. That's what most of her research is. And she reminded me that there are studies in rodents showing that THC and CBD, so THC from cannabis plants and cannabidiol, improve neuropathy specifically caused by Taxol in rodents. And that it improves it, and that her reaction was, you have to try this before you quit chemo. And I sat down in my office and I was like, she's right. I should try it before I quit chemo.
Yeah.
Now, I want to say August of 2017. So I was eligible actually for medical marijuana in New York State. However, at the time it's better, but at the time I had to find an appointment. I had to get certified by a doctor, and then it took at least 2 to 3 weeks to get the card in the mail. And then I could go get, medical marijuana. At this point, I'm like, I'm supposed to do another Taxol infusion in 2 weeks. I don't have time like this. I got online, called a friend in Colorado,
Colorado. Yep. They'll come through for you.
I can't wait. And it just so happened that my friend in New York had a friend in Colorado who also does cannabis research, who also was diagnosed with breast cancer, who was just a few weeks ahead of me in treatment, who had terrible neuropathy from paclitaxel. And so she knew exactly where I was coming from. And she had taken CBD for it, and it had helped. So I got a rush shipment from CBD, thinking the whole time I'm out of my mind. I mean, I'm a pharmacologist and a scientist. I'm like, it might work in rodents, but I don't know what dose to take. I don't know how much to take. I don't know if what's in this CBD is real or if it's garbage, because at the time there was no regulation. For all I know,
there still isn't very many, so it's hard to find your way for sure.
You know, and I'm like, this could be just grass clippings in a capsule. It did so happen that my friend in Colorado, who's also a scientist, had taken the same product, and she checked CBD levels on her own blood. So we knew that it had CBD in it.
Okay, good to know.
Good to know. So I started taking it. I randomly started with about what we think was 100 to 100 milligrams a day, maybe a little bit more, because at the time, like, you didn't even know how much was in each capsule. And my symptoms improved. And it
like instantly.
I would say maybe about 6-7 days, you know. So I still had another week before my next Taxol infusion. So by the time I was facing the next Taxol, my symptoms were improving. They weren't resolved, but they were definitely improving. Enough for me to have enough confidence to take the third infusion, which I did. And then before I got to the fourth infusion, my symptoms were definitely improving. By the time I got to surgery, which was about, I want to say, a month later, I had actually forgotten about the neuropathy. And in fact, I stopped taking CBD for surgery because, you know, I didn't know what it was doing. So I stopped it for
contraindications. Yeah, you don't know.
I don't know. You know, you don't know. And I don't know what else is in the product. I could have bleeding, you know, who knows, right? So yeah. I stopped taking CBD for the neuropathy, and then the symptoms started to come back. I had a freak out, started taking it again, and the symptoms went away. And after that, as you can imagine, I did not stop taking it for about a year. I still take it, but when I remember, you know.
Yeah, wow.
And so I really, you know, I have to say, like, I don't know. There's no way for me to know. As a scientist, there's no way for me to say definitively that CBD cured my neuropathy. I can't say that. You know,
because you're the one, right? You're the one person, or your friend, your colleague is the other one person, but everybody is so different. Like how is this going to work?
Right. There's, you know, it's so different, and there's no way to know. Like, could I have been the unusual case where it just worsened and then got better? Like, we don't know. There's no way to know. But still, you know, convinced enough to actually do a research study on the topic. And that sort of brings us where we are now is, you know, I started with my friend, Meg Haney is her name. Her office is next door to me. She does cannabis research. We read the data, we read the studies, we came up with a research to do this, to look at this. And we started going to funding agencies, including a private foundation. We went into this meeting. I still had my scarf on. It took forever. I mean, I don't know. It took forever for me to grow hair back. It took an eternity. And, you know, talked about this study, and we got funded for it. So.
And this is with Paylene Thorogood?
She put us in touch with a company called Tilray. The foundation is actually called the Thompson Family Foundation Initiative.
Okay, great.
In charge with Tilray, which is a company in Canada, is giving us the CBD, and the study is actually CBD plus THC, and we can go into at THC, but the company providing it is actually Tilray from Canada, and they're giving us a medication for free. And this is so incredibly important because their medication is pharmaceutical grade. Like, they have tested it, you know, there's no grass clippings in a capsule. This is like, you know, they know exactly what's in each capsule. They know that there's no pathogens, there's no pesticides, there's no heavy metals.
So, yeah, when you say pharmaceutical grade, you just kind of listed all of these reasons why, but does that mean that extractions are done in a lab, or, you know, how is all of this happening? Are they creating some of this stuff in the lab, or is all of this grown from a plant? This is a whole plant, a hemp plant with the THC. You know, I'm just curious.
It's all plant extract, so it's all extracted from plants. So it definitely has known amounts of THC, known amounts of CBD. It has other cannabinoids as well. But we also know that it doesn't have anything like mold or heavy metals or pesticides.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
And so how do people know if they're getting the good thing nowadays? Would you say that, you know, finding something that's organic, or maybe looking at, you know, there's like that seal of approval. Is it the COA or something like that?
You know, there's really different. So if you were to go to a state dispensary and you got medical marijuana from a state dispensary, the likelihood that it's sort of, you know, clean product, I'll use for the sake of a better term, is very high. Like most states have high requirements for testing. I'll add New Jersey as the exception, which strikes me as odd, but most states require.
Come on, Jersey.
Most states require third-party testing, so you have to send the product to an independent lab before you can dispense it. New Jersey doesn't require that, which I find very odd, but most states do. And so if you were to buy medical marijuana from a state-approved dispensary, the likelihood that it's good product and that it's labeled accurately is very high. The downside of that, of course, is that there's a few downsides. One is it's expensive. I mean, there's just no way around it. You know, state-approved is expensive. Two, it generally has THC plus CBD. I don't know much, but I know in New York, it's hard to get CBD alone. I know that is changing from a state dispensary. I know that is changing, but at the time you really had to have THC plus CBD. In my particular case, I didn't really want to take THC because I find it extraordinarily sedating, and I just have a very hard time waking up from it. I'm a lightweight. I also can barely beer without being extraordinarily sedated, so I just know myself, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And then I do talk to a lot of patient groups of people who want to take CBD, but don't necessarily qualify, because obviously the qualifications for different states are different. New York State has a particularly high bar, so you have to have the qualifying indications, which some people don't have, yet they still want to take CBD. And I have no objection to that. You know, I mean, I think the downside of CBD is relatively low. The main issue being quality of the product that people buy. And, you know, there's unfortunately a lot of craziness going on with CBD. You can buy it from a lot of places. There really is no regulation. People really don't have to tell you what's in product or what's not. And so but I get asked a lot. So my best advice for the most part is I generally advise people to buy from Colorado. I think other states also are probably okay, but you know, Colorado does require statewide testing, independent testing. But the main, I think, what's most important, independent of the state, is that the company provide a certificate of analysis. And we can go over, you know, what to look for in this, and in the slides I do have that. Most companies will not give you the certificate of analysis until after you've bought the product. So after you buy the product, there's a batch number on that. You can go onto their website, you can type in that batch number, and you can pull up the COA. Few companies will let you see that before you actually buy the product, which I honestly think you should be able to see it before you buy, you know, before you spend money on this. But that's sort of been the option. Oh no, did I lose you guys? Oh no, can you hear me?
Hello, looks like we lost somebody here.
Yeah, I think we lost.
Yeah, we lost. Okay. She's in Costa Rica. Her feed might have dropped. So let's just hold for. I'll keep recording. Let me hold for 1 second. And I'll get right back to you.
Sure.
I'll stop the video. Can you guys hear me?
Oh, you're back now. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. No, actually, we're okay. We'll go. You guys pick right back up. Let me unmute. Sorry.
Okay. Hi. Okay, so really quick, just to kind of wrap up the COA, you really want to look at a COA that's somewhat updated, right? You don't want something that's 5 years old, or that would be a good, yeah.
It needs to be
okay.
recent. It should be done by an independent laboratory. It should tell you exactly how much CBD is in the product and other cannabinoids, and it should tell you about whether pathogens, mold, bacteria like salmonella, pesticides, and heavy metals.
Okay, good info. Really quickly, I did want to ask you, I'm kind of curious. So on this study that you're doing between Taxol or paclitaxel and cannabis THC, are you using humans or rodents?
Oh no, we're doing this study in people. I don't really do rodent research because just don't.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. You mentioned the rodent research, so I mean, you never know. But
right, that's my job. Is I look at rodent research and I try and apply it to humans. So our study is in women who have breast cancer, who had a previous diagnosis of breast cancer, who received paclitaxel or docetaxel, either one, and who have neuropathy, painful neuropathy. And the study, we're using cannabinoids, and we're looking to see whether or not a combination of THC and CBD is helpful for pain. That's our primary outcome measure. And then we're also looking at numbness and function.
Wow, interesting. And I love that you're using a bunch of women, just because I know that, you know, there are some studies out there on cannabis and it's often done with men. So I think it's a great thing that you're using women, you know, mainly or all women on this. I think it's exciting, and I think it's such great work.
It is exciting. It's different from anything I've done before. I do find it, you know, incredibly rewarding. I did find my previous research with addiction also very rewarding, but you know, I work with a number of oncologists who are very excited that we're doing this work, and you know, because it, you know, oncologists, when you go see your oncologist, their primary concern is saving your life, right? And so all the other things are kind of like, you know, all the other things like, you know, the hair loss, which, you know, not great, you know, they don't really worry about that much. But neuropathy, they worry about because they know that it can be really debilitating and it might not go away. So they've been very excited that we do this research, in addition to the people who've enrolled in our study, who've all been fantastic. And, you know, I apologize to everyone who enrolls in our study because normally the research that I do, so I'm a little lost, you know, like most of the time I do pharmacology, I don't normally do, you know, questionnaires about pain and send people out the door with a bag of marijuana, but that's what I'm doing now. And so, you know,
sounds like a good job.
Capsules, but you know, to get the approval took a long time. It took a lot of perseverance to get approval to do this. Actually, the FDA was incredibly friendly and helpful. We thought that the DEA was going to kill us. The DEA does have a lot of regulations. We have, it's mostly CBD with low levels of THC. We have this huge safe room that you can only get into when you scan your finger and your ID, and then you have a code, and then you have to get in there, and then you have to.
Wow.
So it's, you know, it's something out of like a spy movie, right? But
yeah, and I think the really powerful part of this is, yes, you're a researcher, and yes, it's your work, and you're passionate about it, but you've been in the place where a lot of these women are currently at, that you're working with, and you're able to provide that. You know, it could be okay. Hopefully it's okay, but it could be okay for you, because here I am.
Right. And, you know, and I just want to add, like, the other lesson that I really learned from all of this is, you know, as a researcher, I really just relied upon myself. You know, I wrote the grants, I wrote the papers, you know, I had research assistants that usually kids right out of college who are amazing and do a lot of work, but I was really fairly independent. When this hit me, when cancer hit me, I couldn't do anything by myself. And my colleagues all filled in. I mentioned the one who I'm doing the research study with, but also other people at work. I would show up to work, I looked horrible. I would edit a paper, I would make a mess. I would work on spreadsheets, I'd make a mess. And my colleagues really came to my help. And even outside of work, you know, my friends, parents of kids that I knew, people really came out of the woodwork to be helpful. And it was remarkable because I was reluctant to ask for help. I always felt like I should be able to handle this by myself, and I'm a strong, independent woman. And honestly, when I asked for help from my colleagues and my friends and my family, people were over the top willing to be helpful. And it really took just such a huge burden off my shoulders and let me have the time to heal. So that was important.
Aww.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. And really, really, again, you got to experience everything you spoke about earlier, which is a big part of your research, the community, the network, how everybody is supported. Oh, I think that's beautiful. So all the research aside, where are you at currently in your own breast cancer treatment or journey? Or
so I actually did, I did AC, Taxol, surgery, radiation. I have to say radiation was a lot harder than I thought it was going to be. And then I actually had triple negative breast cancer. And, once you're done with all of this, you just sit and wait. There's no sort of ongoing drugs like you might have if you have Herceptin positive or ERPR positive. And that was very nerve-wracking to me. And, to just sort of sit and wait. And then a research study came out from actually Korea and Japan showing that women who took an additional 6 to 9 months of a chemo called capecitabine increased their likelihood of not having recurrence. So decreased the recurrence rate. And it was a pretty significant finding. So I actually took an additional 7 months of oral chemo. It's called capecitabine. I forgot.
Oh, wow.
I forgot the brand name. And that was pretty nasty. It was pretty yucky. You take it for 2 weeks and you get a week off, and it was pretty nasty. And I have to say, I'm glad I did it, and I'm glad I sort of followed the research. But it was tough, and I really had faith in my oncologists. I had faith in the data, but I also learned along the way. You have to balance these things. I mean, I am a hardcore neuroscientist as much as it goes, but I really had to learn to balance the additional chemo and the hard treatments with, taking care of myself and exploring things like acupuncture, which I can tell you I previously had no faith in, yoga, which I had zero balance, none. I never have now, but I recognize this. Part of learning to adjust to this was learning to have some balance, learning to new skills and learning to
accept help and then learn to help yourself, and then accept some more help from somebody, because like you said, you were that strong woman. You're going to go. I can't tell you how many stories, including my own, that I've heard and I've listened to, that it's, we're the strong women. We're going to do it all. And it's okay because we're mamas, we're business people, we're running companies, we're running households, and we can do it all. We're multitaskers and we love it. And then, no, don't worry, I can do it. Right. But then there is a time where we kind of need to receive and learn how to receive. And part of learning to receive is also giving to ourselves without being like, oh God, I should be doing something else. So it's
absolutely. And I was amazed, even my sons who are teenagers now, but at the time were smaller. I would come in from radiation, I would go to work, I'd go to radiation, I'd get in the front door, I couldn't move. And my kids who were little, at the time 9 and 15, would bring me tea in bed, and you hate to expect things from your kids, but honestly, it helps them grow up to be better men for it.
Yeah, it does, right? And I always worried about my kids. Were really small. My son was 1, my daughter was 6 at the time, and I was like, oh God, I'm scarring them for life. And I'm like, you know what? They chose me. They chose me as their mama, and we're going to get through this. And, we did. So, yeah. Is there anything that, what's that? Sorry.
I think my kids handled it all better, with me losing the whole scene, by having a role in being helpful, as opposed to me telling them, no, my job is to take care of you. Your job is not to take care of me. And that applied to my family, my sister, my mom, my friends too.
My husband had a role, and that was that hair part. I know you and I have had conversations about how devastating it is to lose your hair. We decided to do cold caps, and it was something that no one had really done in the cancer agency I was at in Vancouver. But it was my husband's job, right? Like I had the 16 chemo treatments, and he was going to be there for every single one. He's going to put these crazy caps on my head. I look like some weird futuristic genie, Velcro straps around it, and he'd change them out every 30 minutes. And, you know, halfway through chemo, I was also like, I can't do this anymore. I'm sick. I'm vomiting. I said, I give up. Mm-hmm. And he said, no. He said, we made a deal, and we're not going to know if these work unless we give it 100%. Now sit up and let me put your cap back on. And I was just like, oh, but it gave him the job. I still lost my eyelashes, my eyebrows, all the hair on my body. And, you know, my hair thinned quite a bit, but I still had this scraggly, greasy little braid back there. And that was, you know, something that kind of helped me be able to see my reflection or look in the mirror and just be like, okay, I'm going to get past this a little. And wear just big glasses. I need glasses now, so I wear the big glasses that could hide things. But it's a devastating thing, and I hope that there's more science and more research around these cold caps, and they're more widely offered because losing your hair isn't a vanity thing. You know, losing your hair can be everything to some women.
It's tough. You know, I ended up not doing the cold cap because I was so rushed to start that I didn't like. If I did that, I was going to be delayed, and. Tumor I had was particularly aggressive, and so they were just like, get in the door. But yeah, I underestimated how hard losing my hair and frankly how long it would take to grow back. But you know, people were supportive. You know, people didn't, you know, my friends, my family got used to the one scarf I think I wore practically every day. You know? So
yeah, well, that's beautiful. I remember, didn't you tell me kind of the story once about you got some sort of a product from somebody and that you were like, I'm going to test drive this on one side of my face? What?
One of a good friend of mine is a dermatologist, and she and my sister is also actually a nurse practitioner, gave me Latisse, it's a medication that was developed for glaucoma, but it was discovered to grow fluffy eyelashes. So people use it to grow eyelashes. You use a little brush. And I decided to try it to see if I could grow eyebrows. I didn't care that much about eyelashes, but I had no eyebrows. So being a scientist, I put a little drop and I brushed it on one eyebrow, but not the other to see if it would have an effect. And sure enough, I ended up with one eyebrow.
I mean, and you're not going to get rid of it because it's there, right? So that's awesome.
For eyelashes, it's not for eyebrows, but I was like, I'm going to try it. I'm going to be scientific about it. And then I had one eyebrow. And then I started doing it on the other side. It took forever.
Thank you. That was incredible. And I so appreciate all of the research you're doing. And I think it's a pretty magnificent thing that you have the perspective that you do and you're continuing the work that you do. So thank you for that.
Absolutely. I'm happy to talk about it. I love talking about this. If you or any of your viewers need to get a hold of me, you can, if you search Martinez Columbia, you'll find my lab website and my email and phone number all there in case anything comes up.
Great. That's perfect. Well, we will definitely share you as well. And I appreciate that. Thank you so much for your time, Dr. Martinez.
Absolutely. My pleasure.
Well, there was Dr. Martinez, and I can tell from the chat that people are really interested here. And I appreciate the personal side of this, but it's also important to keep it helps us keep the perspective when we understand that there are people interested in making sure these studies get done for us. So I want to welcome Dr. Deanna Martinez here with us, who's going to join us on this Q&A. I've seen lots of interesting things popping up here. Hi, Dr. Martinez.
Hello, good to see you again. It's great to be
you too.
preventative health.
Yeah, that's great. So, I mean, lots of questions here, and we realize that maybe some of them will be, more appropriated toward Paylene, and we're happy to make sure that Paylene gets some of these too. But Suzanne has a question for you around HR positive cancer. Suzanne, do you want to ask in person? No? Okay. I will ask for you. So her concern is THC and estrogen. Are you aware of any interactions there? Because she's heard and read a lot of conflicting opinions.
So there absolutely is a possibility for drug-drug interactions when it comes to THC and CBD. They can inhibit the metabolism of some drugs, so you do need to be careful. Actually, in our study, we don't give our product when people are receiving active chemo because we don't know if it can change, if CBD and THC can change chemo levels. We do accept people who are hormone receptor positive after they finish the acute phase of chemo. So if they're still taking aromatase inhibitors or tamoxifen or other drugs like that, they are allowed in our study. The potential for a drug-drug interaction goes up the higher the dose. And so, for example, if you're talking about low-ish doses of THC, 5 to 10 milligrams, low-ish doses of CBD being 100, 200, 300 milligrams, I think the likelihood of a drug interaction problem is fairly low. The exception being drugs like anticoagulants, like Plavix and warfarin, those are always a problem. But specifically drugs that are used for hormone receptor positive chemo are generally okay as long as you're taking lowish doses of cannabinoids. But I would still, if there's a concern, I would still talk to your doctor and you can check levels. So
interesting. Good information. Thank you.
I think our next question comes from Sarah. Sarah, do you want to unmute yourself and ask your question? Looks like you have a couple here. Maybe not. Okay, I will ask it for her unless she can pop on. Oh, are you there? No. Okay. So the first question she has is, what are some good resources to check to make sure this is safe for me specifically?
So there's really, there's in my mind, there's 3 sources of cannabinoids. There's the stuff that you get from friends or neighbors or your teenage son. We'll call that the sort of unregulated, completely unregulated stuff. Right? There's product from medical marijuana dispensaries, and then there's product online, and that's mostly CBD. So the unregulated stuff, nobody knows what's in it, and it can be problematic. It's okay for most people, but if you're immunocompromised from chemo treatment, I think it's problematic. And I would also, in general, tend to avoid inhaling product that's unregulated if you have a medical condition. So that's the issue. My main issue with the unregulated stuff is, more than anything, is it can have pathogens in it, as I mentioned, mold, some bacteria, and some other pesticides and whatnot. So if you're using unregulated product, I would just sort of steer away from necessarily inhaling it. If you're talking about medical marijuana from a state dispensary, practically every state has fairly rigorous testing. And so you can be fairly certain that you're taking, that the dose that you're taking, that'll be labeled appropriately, and that it's free from pathogens. So that's the advantage of medical marijuana. Well, first of all, you have to live in a state that allows it, but the advantage is that the product is known. The disadvantage is that it's fairly expensive. And then the third source of product is online CBD. And that's a big one, online or whatever, store-bought CBD. And my main issue there is really just knowing the safety of the product. And as I was mentioning in our conversation, in my mind, the most important thing is looking at the certificate of analysis. So somebody who's selling you CBD, whether it's the store or online, should be providing you with a certificate of analysis, which I'll try to post one at some point, but you can look it up. It tells you exactly how much CBD and THC is in the product. It should have less than 0.3%. It should tell you whether it's been tested for pesticides or various solvents or heavy metal, and whether it's been tested for things like mold and bacteria. And I would not buy from a vendor that won't provide that. Many times when you buy CBD online, they won't give it to you ahead of time. Once you buy the product, you get a lot number, and then you can go on the website and you can check the COA then. I'm not a big fan of that. I'd rather see it ahead of time, but still that's better than no COA at all.
Okay, that makes sense. A follow-up question from her is, does this study follow all types of neuropathy? I have gastroparesis that they think is a neuropathy from chemo. Just wondering if my type would benefit.
So in this specific study, we're actually looking particularly at painful neuropathy. We are really very much wanting to do a study looking at the neuropathic symptoms at large, not necessarily pain, but the numbness, which would include gastroparesis, sort of a loss of function. We're really looking more at pain specifically in this study. So at this point, we are not including simply gastroparesis. I do hope future studies will, and I do hope that, I understand, believe me, gastroparesis is terrible. And, as I mentioned in my conversation, like I did try CBD and my gastroparesis did improve. But again, I don't know if that's scientific or if that just happened to be me.
Great. Thank you. Next question comes from Janet, and Janet has done 2 rounds of chemo, different rounds, and she's had really bad neuropathy. And why don't you ask your question, Janet, if you're there?
Hi. My question was, how there's like the Dirty Dozen list for veggies and fruits and produce. Is there a list that we could reference for any of these products?
Yeah, there are some attempts to try and get better lists of products. And there's one called the U.S. Hemp Authority has a list. There's another one, the name of which is escaping me right now. Some of these organizations are requiring more testing in order to be on the lists. But again, in my mind, I specifically require that a company have a COA available. And as I mentioned, they usually won't give it to you right ahead. If you call them, they will give it to you. And the ones that I have contacted most recently, there's one called RE Botanicals. There's another one called CW Hemp. There's another one called Elixinol that have usually a COA done. But I will say that, it changes. And so that's part of the problem, because there isn't a requirement and because consumers aren't demanding this information, it changes because it's expensive. So that's my best advice.
So would you say the COA is like, if we were to shop for food at the grocery store, there's things that say like certified humane or, gluten-free. Is that like the label that we should see something that says COA? That would be
right. You have to dig on their websites to find it. What I've done sometimes is I just call up the company and say, I would like for you to email me your most recent COA from your most recent batch, and usually they will. I look forward to the day when you can just log on and you can see it right there. And it's also important for the COA, a certificate of analysis, to be done by an independent lab rather than the same company, right? So you want it to be done. The COA should say the lab that ran the analysis and exactly what tests they did.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
One question that Janet had, I saw come up in the chat, and I know there's a lot of other women after Paylene's talk as well. How can people maybe get involved in your neuropathy study? Or is there a place where they can go and maybe fill out an application on a website to see if they're qualified to be a part if they're interested?
You're gladly and happily recruiting for this study. We had a big problem with COVID, which was, we had just gotten momentum going, so we're starting it up again. We do require that you live in New York City or nearby New Jersey, because we have to Uber people in. Because it is Schedule 1, we have to hand it over to people specifically. So that is one thing. You can look me up if you just put in Diana Martinez, Columbia University, it'll pull up my website, and you can contact us there to participate in the study. If you live too far away, as I mentioned, it's worth trying either medical marijuana in your home state. Our dose, we're using about 5 milligrams of THC, 100 of CBD. we have some people who can tolerate. Most people in our study are not people who use cannabis regularly. So 5 milligrams THC is we, can have some effects, but, I would start low and then work your way up. So I would recommend either, if you don't live near us, if you live near me, please come into our study. If you don't, try your home medical marijuana dispensary. And if needed, you could try online CBD. And yes, I'm seeing some of the questions here. In our study, we do use oral capsules because we do want to have a known quantity, and we get those capsules from Tilray. Okay.
Well, we are going to wrap this up right now. That was so much great information, and just letting everybody know if they have additional questions to hit us up. Also, you can find Dr. Martinez, as she mentioned. Can you please tell us again? We'll put it up in the chat here. Oh yeah, it's in the chat. Frankie put it. Frankie, you're on it. You're in the chat here, and that's how people can find you. But your information is so valuable, and your own personal story. Thank you so much for sharing. It's so important for everybody to hear that side as well. So thanks for all your work, and thanks for being here with us, Dr. Deanna.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So Carrie.
Yes.
We're moving right along here. We have somebody coming on live with us. And so prior to that, we'll do a little nature moment break. Everybody get yourselves comfortable, get water, have a pee break, whatever, but we'll have live with us Biet Simkin. She'll be leading us through a shadow and light workshop, which I know will probably include some of her meditation as well as her life coaching and speaking, and we'll intro her after the break.
Enjoy.
And we are back.
Back in action.
Back in action. Our next guest, I'm really honored and excited to share with you and introduce. She comes from New York. She was raised by a shaman. She is a mother and a world-renowned spiritual teacher, and she's the author of the book, Don't Just Sit There, which I like. I know her by her music and her meditations. Your music is kind of like the background music, either to my journaling or to me falling asleep, but I also cook or I work with it in the background. You can find that on iTunes, that album, The Lunar, which I just love. But I'm just excited to have you here and for you to guide us in a workshop today. Thank you, Biet. Hi.
Hi, Megan. It's so good to be here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. I hear you. Sounds good.
I'm very excited to guide you today. So I thought I would do a brief talk to tell you a bit about who I am, very brief, because really you can figure out who I am through Google if you really needed to. But I think it's important because it really brings people together. I think when people have a story that isn't fluffy and is told in a real way, has a way of centering us all inside of our hearts. So I'll start briefly with that. And then I'm going to move into speaking about shadow and secrets and how we can learn to and start to fall in love with the parts of ourselves that we may at this time feel are unacceptable or too dark to share, or we want to take to our graves, or parts of ourselves that we hide because we think that there's this great kind of like Rocky winning the fight in the final moment of the movie, kind of like we're all looking for that moment to happen in our lives. And I think when it's not that moment, we tend to beat ourselves up. So I'd like this workshop to be a little bit about softening into those parts so that more of our life can feel more equanimous. And then I'm going to move into a brief meditation experience so we can do some breath work together and get a little bit high. And my breath work is notorious for being pretty extreme. So please do not try it or even think about trying it if you're driving or operating a vehicle. I see someone driving. Don't worry if you park, that's fine. But it can make you faint. It can make you feel like you're going to die. People face plant. I do events with thousands of people all over the world, and people will literally face plant onto the floor. So I want to be mindful of that. With that said, it's not dangerous, and you can feel safe doing it. It's just, it brings up an ecstatic sensation, but after a brief period of disorientation. So starting with me, my name is Biet Simkin. Yes, I'm the author of a best-selling book, and my life is quite fancy now, and it's unrecognizable from the woman that I began as. I was raised by, as Megan said, by an awakened shaman father. But with that said, my childhood was quite insane. My family immigrated here from Russia, and everyone came, 2 sets of grandparents, parents, my brother. And within 6 years, everyone started to die. My mom died of pancreatic cancer when I was 6, like this. Like, pancreatic cancer isn't a danceable cancer. It's not a kind of cancer that you can like have conversations with and do things with. It just kills you. And so she was just alive, and then she was dead. And I used to just tell this story, because it's such an integral part of my life. But growing up, I was made to feel like I'm a warrior because I went through that, and I'm very strong. But as I've gotten older, I feel like it's just horrific, like to lose a parent when you're that young. It's really, really, really sad. And I think only now in my early 40s am I really starting to come into letting myself feel all the sadness that I held off feeling for those first 35 years or so. I just felt like if I let myself feel that sadness of losing my mom, I felt like I would break. And so I pretty much wore a leather jacket and was very hardcore. I got signed to Sony when I was 18. I make music. Back then, that's all I did was make music. And I'm a drug addict and an alcoholic. And so my career took like a turn for the worse pretty quickly. And then the next 10 years were just sex, drugs, and rock and roll, if anyone can relate with that mode of operations. I was a DJ in New York, and things got really tough then. And I think that, you know, for anyone who's with us today, like I do believe that life hands us very specific difficulties for a reason. And at that time in my life, life was giving me quite a few, and it was giving them to me in a round, sort of like if you pulled a machine gun out and were like, okay, if I just shoot this way, like how many things can I hit? And the first thing that happened was I had a near-death experience. The second thing that happened was that I had a daughter who died of sudden infant death syndrome 4 months later and was put in my arms dead. And none of that was loud enough for me to really hear the message. And I believe that the universe was telling me, like, you are not on your path. This is not what you're supposed to be doing here. And I basically had 2 fingers in the air with a fuck you symbol. And I was like, I don't give a shit what the fuck you say. I'm going to suffer, and here's how. And I picked up a bunch of heroin after my daughter's funeral, and I did heroin with such a vengeance, and cocaine. I just tried to get as much up my nose as possible all day, for anyone who can relate to that form of numbing. And, you know, I've tried every other form of numbing: sex, food, you name it. I've probably tried it. I'm not a big gambler, but you know, that's a yet, I guess. So anyway, So that happened, and then after she died, my best friend hung himself, and after he hung himself, my dad passed away very suddenly, who was like basically my God and everything in my life. And when he died, a year took place, and I got sober a year later. And from getting sober, that was 12 years ago, my life started to change quite wildly after that. And I was told inside of a meditation, thank you. I was told inside of a meditation that I was meant to be a spiritual teacher. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's how I communicate with the spiritual realm when I'm meditating. I just say, what the fuck are you talking about? But they were talking about me becoming a spiritual teacher. And as soon as I did, my career took off like a wildfire, and my life really took off. You know, I found the man of my dreams. I got married. My career took off. I was being flown all over the world to speak. I was making money for the first time in my life. I come from extreme poverty. I was on Medicaid and food stamps 7 years ago. So I think it's all very new to me. And also I was interacting in a space where I kind of felt like I was pretending a lot of the time, even though like I told people that I was poor, but I think they thought I was poor like long ago. I don't think they understood that I was poor like, you know, a couple months ago. They were like, oh yeah, that's cute that you were poor at one time. I'm like, no, you don't think you understand. Like I'm really broke. But anyway, all that changed. I went from rags to riches. You know, I went from like having literally no ability to leave New York City. And for anyone who lives in New York City, you know how painful that is, to summering in the Hamptons, you know. So things look very different today. And I say that all because it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful and triumphant. And I believe in triumph. I believe in glory. I believe in that like weird music, like do, 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 and your like hair is blowing in the wind. I believe in that. And I'm a conduit of that. I create that in people's lives. I am that. I love all that. But this workshop is about the other side of that. The fact is that if you're going to live a triumphant life, you have to do it as a human. I mean, unless you came here as a koala bear, you know, if you're a fucking human, you're also a human, which means that yes, part of your life will have that soundtrack and your hair will be blowing in the wind and you're like, you know, you're going to be touching your boobs and you're going to be like, oh, and then the other part is going to be you in fetal position, like crying. And the other part is going to be you banging into a pillow, screaming. And the other part, like there's so many parts. And it's just interesting to be human because we have these weaknesses. You know, we get upset, we get angry, we get enraged, we get triggered. And I just feel like as a person who was raised by men, and as a person who was raised in a society where I was taught that I needed to be strong, buck up, and like not be too emotional because that's embarrassing. I felt for a very long time like those things weren't acceptable, you know, for anyone who can relate to that. I just felt like to even have an emotion was wrong. And while I do believe in cleansing myself of self-centeredness and meditating and being in a state where I'm actually in a place of giving and all that stuff, I believe in spiritual solutions, of course. But I also believe in being okay with the whole of me today. So in terms of the shadow, I'll tell you guys a story. I was meditating and I was visualizing myself, separating myself from my shadow. So I took the shadow part of me. So for me, that's like my cellulite, my moodiness, my neediness, my desire, my ambition, and like the feeling of like wanting to be really successful in the world, the feeling of loneliness and like not feeling like I can trust everyone and not knowing when I can trust people, all that, just the gross part of me. And I took her out of my body and I put her outside of me. Can you guys all imagine that for yourselves for a moment? Like try to imagine your worst traits, this weak part of you, and try to imagine just taking her out and putting her in front of you. All right, we had a visitation. We're back. So you take her out of you and you put her in front of you, right? So I put her in front of me, and what I saw was this kind of huddled over young girl, and she had greasy hair and she was kind of just depressed, despondent. She couldn't move. She was that, I feel when I get depressed, and I still get depressed today, I feel paralysis in my body. Like I literally feel like I cannot move. And that feeling brings on a lot of shame for me because at a younger point in my life, that feeling was so overwhelming and I had no idea how to get out of it. And it went on for years and years and years and years. Now today, it doesn't do that. I'm fully functional while that feeling is happening. I'm like working, I'm a mom, I'm like on Zoom calls, you know, it's all happening. And no one would have any idea. Last weekend, I did a huge event, such a big deal, blah, blah, blah. And I was totally in that place and no one fucking knew because I'm so good at my job, but it happens. And so when that feeling happens, it's total paralysis. And so I saw this paralyzed, depressed, weak, broken, insecure girl, and she's standing in front of me. And then I looked back to see, okay, well, if I took the insecure, weak, shadow, gross person out of me, who's left? Who's left? And I looked back and I could see that all that was left once you took all that out of me was kind of like an enlightened Christ consciousness type thing, like this light being, enlightenment, a feeling of connection to all things, a complete disconnection from reality, like in the sense that the other half of me is knows that we are all one. The other half of me doesn't believe that death is real or worries about death. The other half of me doesn't feel pain or worry or sadness. It's just, that's not its job. Its job is just to like be in like an LSD trip state. So anyone here who's ever tripped on LSD or mushrooms and had a good time with those things, you can remember that when you did those drugs, it was clear to you in those experiences that we are all one, and you knew the truth. And 5 hours later, you were sucked back into this reality of duality, and you were like, fuck, what the fuck kind of planet is this? I made a choice to live on a planet where I feel alone half the time and I want to kill myself, but then I don't want to kill myself and I really don't want to die, and I'm scared of death, but I really don't want to live. Like, what a dumb decision. And thank you. The truth is that I have never found, and now in my spiritual quest, a decision I have felt and a verification that I have made is that there's no better planet than Earth. And I used to think there were other planets that felt like MDMA trips, and you were all day, you just were like you had no vagina because all you did was orgasm 24 hours a day. You were just like walking orgasm. There's no genders, there's no death, there's no feelings, there's no fuss. It's just all tripped out, amazing. And I used to think, what can I do right in this incarnation so that I can one day be relocated to that motherfucking planet? And today, I don't want to move to that planet. I don't know what that planet is. I've probably lived there. But definitely, I'm sorry you missed out on that drug. But the truth is, there is nothing better than Earth. And I looked back at this meditation and I saw myself as this divided self. Half of me was this broken woman, depressed, fatigued, annihilated, chubby, like whatever was in there. And then the other half was this like, angelic spirit. And I allowed the angelic spirit part of me to wrap itself around the part of me that was broken and just hold that part of me in their arms. And all of a sudden it felt very good. Like it felt like, okay, the enlightened part of me can hold the part of me that's weak and feeble and broken, right? And then at the end of the meditation, I brought the ugly, gross, venomous, jealous, envious, broken, dying part of me, and I put it all back inside. And I was like, now we are coming back together. And as I unified these two pieces of myself back together, I felt for the first time that there was no place to go. I had always thought that when I reached enlightenment, I would finally be able to be done with this depression stuff, finally be able to be done with sadness, finally be able to be done with, yes, remembering. I remembered. I finally thought that I would arrive at a point where my awakened state would be so heightened and so perpetually attuned because of all my amazing tools that I would just be like floating around. And what was the real aim of that goal? I'd been conned by, men with beards in the 70s who told me enlightenment looked like that. But B, I also was, trying to be better than all of you. I hoped that one day I could prove my superiority to all of you and come down the holy high mountain and show you my enlightenment cock, like pull out my enlightened cock and shove it in all of your faces and finally be better than everyone. And it was, in a way, it was like a vengeance dream of having been treated like crap in the playground as a child or something. Who knows? That was definitely one of the many things I wanted vengeance for. And I imagined myself at the Oscars and the Emmys, like standing there and being like, that's right, you fucking dicks from public school in Queens. And I don't know why I thought that was going to be so amazing, or why I envisioned that is what enlightenment felt like. But I really feel today that enlightenment is something that is it's done in a round. Love you too, Irene. Enlightenment is something that comes to us. So, and again, on my journey, I had several white light experiences, right? And every time I had one of these white light experiences, I was like, fuck yeah, like this is it, I did it. And then as soon as the white light experience was done, not immediately, but shortly after, I was a dick again. I was in pain, I was afraid, there was some new problem that worried me. And I was like, wait, didn't we just already do the whole white light experience thing? Like, I thought there was some like coming to moment that follows the white light. And I realized that white light experiences are not a one and done deal. You can have as many of them as you get. They're grace. And that white light experiences, or let's call them moments of enlightenment, are like energy shots that fill you with an energy to go fulfill a mission in your life. Now that mission could be business, it could be romance, it could be healing, it could be, whatever, pursuit of travel, like it could be anything. But the point is that it's a creative force. And so my friend Arjuna talks about this beautiful wheel, which is enlightenment, creative energy, achievement, which is like spreadsheets and cold calls, and then humility. And humility is this point where you're like punched in the gut because you're a total loser and you really are powerless without the assistance of a higher force, and you fail. And that failure leads you to pummel yourself to the ground and beg for assistance from this internal wisdom, at which point you reach enlightenment again. And that goes on and on and on. So to me, I'm in favor of humility. I'm no longer looking to be free of the difficulty of being humbled by life. So I'll share with you a few secrets of mine, and then I'd like to open the floor for some sharing from you guys. I'll take like 2 shares, but I want to ask that if you're going to share, prepare to get weird. Like, please do not share if you're just going to be like, yeah, you know, like, I see what you're saying, and it's all like, really, yeah, that is kind of weird. And like, please don't do that. Like, if you're going to share because you want to really, really shed something. Okay. So I'll tell you a few things. So one, when I was 7, I was 9, 10, and I invited this girl, Vanessa, over to my house. Vanessa, if you're here today, I'm really not mad at you, and I love you. I have no idea who this person is, what their last name is. And I really wonder if one day I'll be doing an event and she's going to be like, I'm Vanessa. That would be super weird. I highly doubt that, but you know, anything's possible. Anyway, so Vanessa, I think that was her name, came over to my house, and she was like a year older than me. Like I was like 9, she was 10, something like that. And I decided to show her how I masturbate, because I wanted her to know I knew how to come at the age of 8. And I was like, this is a thing everyone should know about. And so I showed her how I masturbate and was trying to teach her to do it. And she freaked out. She ran out of the room screaming, and then called her mom and had her mom take her home. It was so humiliating. And I never even remembered that story, but I certainly didn't share it publicly until about a year ago. You know, I was like, wait, what? That really happened? But it was a piece of my life that like I really felt a great amount of shame around. And it brought a lot of shame around masturbation or sexuality in general. There was something there that was really, really hurtful. Another thing is that I've struggled with food and body dysmorphia and food stuff for 28 years, from the age of 13, when I went from looking like Winona Ryder in Beetlejuice to J-Lo overnight. I felt so much shame about that, and also the cellulite on my thighs. And I believed that if anyone saw those parts of me, they would know, full stop, that I was really not as worthy or as beautiful or as valuable as I say I am. And also, whenever I shared about how valuable I am, which I think is a really great superpower that we should all indulge in, is remembering how valuable we are, I would feel like I would be like, I'm valuable. And then there was this voice that came over me, and it was just like, but you have cellulite and you're kind of ugly. And like this voice was always there. And then I was like, you know, I'm a famous spiritual teacher. So I'd be like speaking to groups of thousands after just having like 2 slices of pizza and wanting to kill myself, and being like, if I tell people that this is happening with me, who's going to want to buy my book? You know, who's going to want to work with a chick who's like having these kinds of issues? And so I share all of this because the truth is once I came out of the closet with this stuff, it really didn't do the thing I thought it was going to do. It didn't ruin my career. In fact, it made me feel for the first time that I was actually able to do something for people that was really real. Because again, up until then, even though I'm very, very, very good at my job, I just felt like I was lying, because there was a point at which I was just like, I really just want to be superior to you. That is my true aim. And I do believe that most people's aim is that, regardless of what their vocation is, it's just most uncomfortable if you're a spiritual teacher. But like, I'm a rock and roll star. I do these huge events that I score with my own music. So I was like, I guess as a rock and roll star, I'm allowed to be like superior to people, right? You know, but in the end, it's like, I don't fucking want to be superior to any of you. Like, that doesn't make me more useful. And the weird thing is, I think we're taught as a society that if you are superior to others, you are in fact more useful. right? So that's how we have fame. That's how we have the whole structure is designed around this power structure. So I've shared a couple of my nuggets, and I'd love to hear 2 shares from the audience of an embarrassing moment, a shocking secret, or something that you feel like up until this moment, you really thought you should take to the grave, because if anyone knew, they just wouldn't like you or respect you anymore. And just feel free to share that with everyone. And also remember that this is a tremendous opportunity, because being able to say this shit out loud in front of people, it just kind of kills it. You know, it really puts it in its little casket. So today could be the funeral for this feature of you. And Megan, if you can help me, maybe select someone or like tell them if they raise their hand.
Yeah, come on, people. I bet you everyone's feeling on the spot right now. I know I definitely have some weird shit. But I want to give the opportunity to our audience. I see some people out there. Janet, do you want to share anything that you feel is hard? You're a really good sharer. Okay, it's okay.
I can do it.
All right. Yeah.
So I went to grad school at a prestigious university, and I absolutely hated it. And when people associate me with that stupid fucking place, it just, I hate it. So I've given them no money. I hated the experience. And I'll just be honest about it. I went to Harvard for grad school, and A, it was not worth my time, and B, the entitled pricks that I met are not my friends, and C, everybody thinks that it's this amazing, great thing. And I'm like, oh no, I learned so much more by going to my state school where I went for undergrad. But going to nursery school, I learned more than when I did when I went to this prestigious university. And I just absolutely hate it when people exalt the brand name and don't give a crap about if it's a good school or if it's a toxic, awful place. And people exalt it, and it just drives me up a wall.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I mean, I think with that, it's not so much about you, and it's more about the actual place. So it's a little bit different in terms of like you feeling relieved at the end of that statement. But try to over the next, as we do the meditation, like meditate in your own way on what piece of yourself, like what part of you is the Harvard of you. That's what we're really looking for right now. Because we all know there's a Harvard and a Donald Trump and there's a lot of fucking bad shit out there, okay? We get that. I'm talking about every single person in these squares, some of whom I can see, some of whom I can't. You all have a Donald Trump inside of you, and you know it. And that's what I'm trying to share with you. I'm trying to share with you the parts of me that I don't feel proud of. Like I think that, I've always been very like, this has gone away over the last few years because of this work. But for instance, I've always felt very afraid around celebrities. Like when I would be at a party with celebrities, I would feel like celebrities were better than me and they had something I would never have or I wanted. And I felt so afraid around celebrities. And it was debilitating really because in my career, I was around celebrities quite often. And so it would feel so exhausting. I literally felt like I was like, coming home like drunk after a night of spending time around a celebrity because I had wasted so much energy. I don't know if anyone can relate to that one, but I think that's a really embarrassing feature that makes me someone that I'm like, ew about. I want to be the kind of person, and by the way, I think we can all relate too that we spend a lot of energy pretending to be something we are not. So for instance, I would hang out with celebrities. I'd spend the whole time pretending like I didn't care that they were a celebrity. And I was fucking exhausted by the end of the night because I was pretending to do, be, feel something that I wasn't feeling, being, or doing. So I think that's one thing, but it could be anything. So if anyone has the Angela has something to share. Megan, can you call on Angela?
Angela,
you could make scene to us.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for sharing everything about yourself. You know, I feel for you in a million ways. BL is, how do you say your name? BA? How do you say?
Biette, like Juliet with a B.
Yes. So anyway, the first thing I want to say is my mother had a lot of isms. And one of the most wonderful things she said, at the end of the chess game, the king and the pawn end up in the same box. And I was raised in Massachusetts and inner city Boston, and Harvard, all of that, nothing was any better than anything. And I learned from early on, you just judge people on how they treat you. And it doesn't matter whether they have, and I've lived in both lives. I've had a lot of money, I've had no money. And another thing my mother taught me, I was so fortunate to have her my whole life. And I was fortunate enough to get to like 50, I'm going to be 60 now, to be able to say to her, I'm sorry I was such an ass when I was a kid, because kids all beat up on their parents. Anyway, so she shared with me also too, and we're getting off topic with the money and the Harvard and the status and the fame and all that. She said, the only thing that money does for you, it magnifies who you are. If you were a nice person when you had no money, when you get money, you're going to be a nicer person. And if you're an asshole with no money, you're going to be a bigger asshole when you get it. And I've watched it. I've watched it happen. People get ballsy when they feel like they don't have to heed to anyone. But I'm so excited that you share all this stuff, because I come from the old school. I went to Catholic school. You know, I don't know, no one ever said to me personally, be ashamed of everything that you feel about your body and all that, but somehow it was implanted. But then I also had a mother who would say, don't be ashamed of your body. She walked around naked half the time, but she was 15 years younger than my dad. And my dad was born in the 20s. And that man, God forbid you walked in and saw him changing his pants and he was in his boxers that were from his knees to his neck. He'd say, Jesus, kids, I told you to stay out of here. And we're like, God forbid, Dad, we might see your kneecap. And then my mother, like when she got cancer and her skin would burn because she had to do some type of lights. She had a bunch of different cancers. She's, lost the battle to it now. But years ago, you'd go into her house because we had like a 3-decker house, and she'd be there naked washing dishes because the clothes would hurt her body. And my brother would walk in and go, oh, Mom, I'm sorry. She goes, Vincent, don't worry about it. And we just got so comfortable. So for me, when I feel shame about something, like you're talking about touching yourself or all these things are just, listen, everything that a woman did, they treated us like shit for anyway. If you have a baby, you're no good. If you're too young and you have a baby, you're no good. Or I should say you're a whore. If you kept it, you're a whore. If you gave it up, you're a whore. If you had an abortion, you were a whore. Okay? So fuck everybody. You got to live your life the way you have to. But the best is when my mother's there, she started getting a little chubby. She got very curvy. And my brother goes, Ma, you look like the Renaissance woman. And there he is. She's butt naked. And my brother's hugging her, completely naked. It's like you have to be comfortable with life. And if you have to add humor. If it gets too heavy, just laugh it off. Nothing's worth it. It really isn't. I mean, I'd show myself, but I'm in my pajamas still because the only thing I got out of COVID is I've been home a long time, and I'm like, I'll stay in my pajamas as long as I want to. I even answer the door. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Angela. You're very wise. You should have like a talk show or something.
You and I can do it together. Done. You're a young kid. You're a young kid. I didn't have the balls to talk like this. Now I share everything, and I have 4 daughters. Oh my God. And they make me look like I'm a prude. It's fun.
Thank you, Ange.
You have to make the best of it. There's always someone who's got something, they get worse, and better. You know, you cannot gauge anything based on anyone else. You have to go for your personal best.
So the homework is for all of you to go home and just come up with some of these secrets. And also, I don't know, I think that there was one more person that wanted to share, but I know that we are ending at my time, 2:30, so that's 4:30 EST? Irene, yes. I'd love for Irene to share, and then we can move into a brief meditation. So Irene, if you're here, please share. There you are.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hi, sorry. Okay, so I'm gonna do this quick, and I'm trying to challenge myself to do stuff that scare me. I'm gonna do it really quick. I ran away from home. My mom was really abusive, and I ran away with a boyfriend. And my boyfriend cheated on me, and I got beat up the girl, or got in a fight with her, and then her family member was a cop, so I got in big trouble and I went to prison for 8 months, and I've never shared this with anybody, so I just felt like maybe this would be cleansing. And my mom just recently attempted suicide, so we had a really bad relationship, and I can't really connect with her ever. So I just feel so alone, and I just feel so so unfit to be a friend or share. Like, I just feel so ashamed of myself, and I haven't been in a relationship in a long time, and I can't keep relationships, and I just try to heal myself. But I know I have love, and I do love, and I'm capable of love, and I am thankful for letting me just say this out loud. And yeah, so I've been just started my yoga journey a year ago, and it's been so amazing, and still working on it, and and I feel better, so thank you. Yeah, I mean, breast cancer, I just kind of got connected with this community because I am searching for a community. I'm searching for a tribe, and I just feel so shy sometimes. I just feel like I can't connect. And it's just like, I think you call it personality disorder. I've gone to therapy, and so they say I have personality disorder, and I'm really trying. I'm trying. So thank you for holding space for me.
Irene, thank you so much for sharing. And I want you to know, I can't see your face anymore, but I want you to know that everyone here has wept the way you're weeping now. We've all sobbed and eaten our own tears, and you're not alone at all. It's really fucking weird being on this planet. And if you're feeling that way, something is being opened up for you. If you just relax and allow yourself to fully feel all that pain and ask in your prayer and meditation, how is this working for me? What are you trying to show me? Please tell me what you're trying to show me. I will listen. I will follow whatever you say in your prayers. I promise you that you will start seeing signs, and things will guide you out of the hell that you are currently in. There's nothing wrong with the hell that you are in. Hell is a part of this planet. That's what I'm trying to say inside this workshop. So don't think there's anything wrong with you or wrong with this part. You're welcome here, and so am I. We're all welcome here. You don't have to belong in any specific way. And we love you, Irene, and you're definitely capable of love, like you said, because you're made out of it. So how could you not be capable of it? So just to go a little bit deeper into this feeling, and not to be afraid of it, we're going to do a little bit of breath, and I think we only have about, let's see, Okay, well, I'll go a little bit over by a couple minutes, but I'll just feel into what we're gonna do. So we'll begin by breathing, getting comfortable where you are. Please do not do any of this breath while driving or operating heavy machinery. And we're just gonna inhale through the mouth and exhale through the mouth. It'll look like this. And just back and forth like that. And nothing else, just in and out. And I'm gonna put on a little bit of music, but hold on one second. Can you guys hear that? Can you hear music? Okay, begin. And release. Take all that pain that you feel and let it in. And let it out. And let it in. And let it out. Keep going. Nothing, just inhaling through the mouth and exhaling through the mouth. Continuing to fill the belly and lungs. Keep going. Keep going. Good. And on the top of the next one, in, hold at the top, holding the breath. Hold the breath. And release. Notice how you feel right now and if it's different. This next breath we'll do is just going to be a releasing breath of negative energy. So this is an anger meditation. It's very simple. It's a Kundalini Kriya mixed with some punching. And we're just going to go like this. If you've ever done a Bikram yoga class, it's a puffing in belly. And as you do, you're going to take your thumbs, put them in the mounds of your hands, puff into a fist of anger. And we're just gonna, and you can close the eyes and begin. And I'll put on some music to listen to while we do this breath. Think about what you're really angry about and get really angry. Think about it and just let it out. Ah! Whisper scream. It's not fucking fair. Let it out. Let it out. Let going. Keep going. Keep going. It's not fucking fair. Let it out of your body. Keep going. Just a little bit longer. Let it out. It's not fucking now. Take a deep breath in, putting the arms up above your head, holding the arms up, and hold the breath. And release. Shake it off. Shake your arms. Let it go. Arms down, palms facing up, eyes closed. And just notice how you feel. Noticing how you feel. Noticing what was hidden behind the anger. We're all so afraid of our anger, so afraid of our flaws, so afraid of our darkness. What if we just lean into it? What if we just allowed it to be? What's behind it? Deep inhale through the nose and release. Let's do 2 ohms before we move into the next and final breath practice of this experience. Inhale for the first ohm. Inhale. Inhale and exhale to release any tension. Inhale for the second ohm. Inhale. Inhale and exhale to release any tension. Letting it all out. And inhale for the third and final ohm. And as you do, set an intention for the rest of this practice. Inhale. Inhale and exhale to release any tension. And coming to open your eyes if they aren't open, and I'll show you the final breath practice. The final breath practice is always through the mouth. We'll be doing 4 rounds. The first 3 are just in and out through the mouth, just like we did before. The fourth one, however, is like this. I'm going to show it to you first before we do it. It's inhale, hold the breath, puff the belly out like you're pregnant, and then elongate the neck to look at the ceiling above you, and then hold the breath. So it'll look like this. Hold the breath, And then once we hold for a little while, you're going to take your right fist, gently hit your chest and release the air from your chest. So it's going to be belly out like you're pregnant, chin up. And while you're doing this, I want you to really relax your body. There's going to be a tendency and a desire to tense up in vinyasa like you're in yoga. You don't want to do that because you're not going to get the effects of the breath practice. So this breath practice is very delicate. You want to feel like you're like Jello while we're doing it. So I'm going to put on a piece of music. I'll put on something from my record. And we're going to do the breath together. Okay. Everyone prepare, begin. And release. 2. Release. Relaxing completely. 3, inhale deeply. And release. 4th one, hold at the top, belly out like you're pregnant. Hold the breath. Hit the chest, release. Notice if the screen has changed, if your body has changed. My mission in life is to connect myself and you into this infinite force. I can talk till the cows come home, and I can be funny, and I can cry, we can cry together. But in the end, if you don't remember where you came from and where you're going, you're always going to be afraid to go home. Begin again. Inhale 1. Always through the mouth. Inhale, exhale now. Inhale 2. Relaxing completely. Exhale. Be like Jello. Inhale 3. Release. And inhale 4. Belly out, chin up. Hold the breath. Hit the chest, release. Final one, bring your hands together in prayer. You don't have to believe in any specific kind of God. And if you're like me, you certainly don't believe in a bearded white dude. Whatever God, whatever energy you want to tune into, just ask it for help right now. Say with the mind's eye or out loud, please help me. Please, please help me. I love you. Please help me. And begin. Inhale. Release. Inhale 2, fully relax. Inhale 3. Release. And 4, hold at the top, belly out, chin up. Hold the breath, belly out, chin up. And hit the chest, release. Listening to the music, gently closing your eyes. Remember why you came here today. Remember yourself. Deep inhale through the nose. Grounding into the present moment. Deep inhale through the nose. Gently closing the eyes if they aren't already closed. Bring the hands together in prayer if you'd like. One more time. Let this energy be with you for the rest of the day. Let your visions take you over. You are allowed to dream any size you like. I'm just noticing if you feel different than when we first started. This workshop, this meditation, any of it. And let this meditation and experience that we've had together open your heart for everything else that you will take in for the rest of this beautiful day with these wonderful women. Deep inhale and release. Gently wiggling the fingers, toes, and coming back to me. Such an honor to be with you today. Megan, thank you so much for having me.
Yes. Wow, Biette. I almost went face first, just like you described. I had to grab the counter. I was like, oh God, I'm going down. I'm glad I didn't, but that was amazing breath work. And if anything, I'm feeling such a vastness right now, versus in one small space. So thank you for that opening. And I'm also really grateful for the women who came forth and shared and shared their own depth and what's happening in their worlds. Thank you. I'm really honored to facilitate something like this. So if anybody has questions for Biette specifically, hit us up in the chat and we'll share with you, Biette, and you can answer and we'll make sure it gets to our audience. And
also all of you, please come be with me on Instagram. I'm putting my little handle there.
Yes.
So
yes.
have some of these breathworks in my IGTV so you can just do them when you're sitting at home and you're like, fuck man, what the hell is this place? So tune in to who you are, what you are, and I love you and I'm here with you and I'm just on this ride with you, another bozo on the bus. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Biette. We love you too.
Thanks, Megan.
It's such beautiful work.
Day. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, wow. Back on our bus ride here. And we've switched things around a little bit just because of the nice meditation and breath work we just did with Biette. We're going to do a sound bath with Tracy Lynn after our circle and share with our community. And this is a non-recorded space. Thank you, Biette. We'll have a non-recorded space where everybody can share. We're not going to broadcast it. We're just going to have a space for our survivorship community to come in and share anything that's on their mind, maybe some topics for the day, maybe something they wanted to discuss. It's for our survivorship community, but sometimes we have loved ones and friends that are joining us. And then we're definitely, so we'll do the gather and share, but first, Carrie and I want to dive in. This is our last Saturday of this virtual series, and it will be available in a post-production space out there, which we will share, but we definitely want to be able to say thank you. On behalf of B4BC and myself, for all of the amazing facilitators that came in and shared their wisdom and their information. I believe we hit a lot of really interesting topics, and thank you to our sponsors that made all of this possible. Transition Productions, all you guys in LA who are on the back end there and facilitating this space for us. Frankie, our production manager, who came in hot from LA and definitely is making all of this stuff sync. There's so much going on in the background. Seven Space and Akai Life, they sponsored today's entire show, making sure that we get you guys not only quality product for some of our winners, as well as the information that's important around CBD. Suja Organic presented our entire series. We love them. We appreciate their fresh pressed juices. And here are our sponsors here, Thrive Market. If many of you might have gotten a special gift in the mail, those of you who registered through our registration, several people got gift bags. So GoPro provided support. Here to Be Lululemon, of course, are here for us. Celebrea, Yeti. We're giving away some Yeti cups today, so look for some messages in your DM. But it wouldn't be possible without our sponsorship, right, Carrie? Like, we just wouldn't be able to do this if it wasn't for everybody coming through and making this possible.
We're super grateful to these brands for not only, yes, sponsoring, but seeing the vision and helping support the vision, because that's really what it's about, and really supporting this community. So yeah, what an incredible few days. And we would be remiss to not say thank you to you, Megan. Obviously, like you are the brainchild behind all of this, like really tapping into this community and knowing that we all needed to be supported in some way, shape or another. And you've put a lot of work in. You know, I think you reached out to me maybe 2-3 months ago. I don't remember exactly when it was, but you've been planning this and working on this for a really, really long time. And so just so much gratitude to you and everyone you mentioned, for sure.
Yeah, and just to this entire community, I've been fortunate to get to know so many of you, not only through my own cancer journey, but just through the work that we do here at B4BC, and our survivorship program is you and for you. So I encourage you to send us messages. What can we do better? What can we do more of? What have you not heard enough of? And just say hi, because we depend on you to shape this program and our wellness direction here at B4BC. And I just love all of you. So thank you so much for being here and joining us. So we're going to jump into a little nature break here. And oh yeah, I wanted to say thank you to Andy too. Andy Wardrop out there. She's done a lot of editing of these nature breaks and whatnot. So thank you, Andy. And I'm sure there's a lot of people, I haven't mentioned our entire board at B4BC, and Lisa and Molly and Maggie and Rachel and Kurt and everybody. So thank you. Now we're going to a nature break, and afterwards we'll be back with a survivorship circle. So please join us if you're interested. We'd love to hear from you. And we'll see you in a minute.